Altcoin bag holders, my name is Rafael Yeager. I am addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits.
All right, everybody, welcome to episode 2 of the Altcoin Season Tour. I am your host, Raphael, and today is a very special episode because today we're going to be exploring Litecoin, the inevitable takeover. Now, today's episode is a very special one because we're going to be going through multiple talking points about Litecoin. We're going to be exploring the brief history of Litecoin. What is Litecoin? We're going to be talking about Litecoin news. We're going to be talking about fundamental analysis. We're going to be talking about network growth, and we are definitely going to be talking about technical analysis with the one and only Master. Now, those in the Litecoin community already know who Master is. He is Master BTC LTC, perhaps the largest Litecoin related account on X besides the Litecoin official handle and the Litecoin Foundation. So we're just going to go straight into the stream. And before I begin, I want to give a huge shout out to 84 million. I'm giving a huge shout out to 84 million because I got this merch from 84 million. So you can see that the free master merch. I got it from 84 million. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna show them in the screen. If you want to get any Litecoin related merch, then you can definitely get Litecoin related merch from 84 million. So I'm just gonna show them up here in a little bit. Okay. So here you go. This is 84 million. In case you do not know 84 million, they are one of the largest, if not the largest, Litecoin dedicated podcast in the entire space. And they share wonderful, insightful conversations with some of the largest and most influential people in the space when it comes to topics in relation to Litecoin. And you could see this episode that they did with Litecoin's founder Charlie Lee, a very great watch. And my most exciting part, the thing I am most excited about 84 million is the 84 million merch that they actually make. And you could just, if you want to get the 84 million merch, you should go to the 84million.com to get cool shirts like this. So I want to give a few more shout outs. I want to give a shout out to Luxfolio Holdings. Luxfolio, in case you do not know, Luxfolio is the largest, the first Litecoin treasury company ever. So they were the first people to actually take that step in creating a Litecoin treasury company, which is something that is very interesting. And we're definitely going to talk about Luxfolio later. And I also want to give another shout out to LitVM, Litecoin virtual machine So it's a layer two solution that's coming to Litecoin in order to allow Litecoin to be able to do all the exciting things that it's been said for long the Litecoin cannot do, like the smart contracts and so many other things. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that. But before we go into that, we're gonna talk about a brief history of Litecoin. So you give me a second, and I will be just gonna get right into that. Oh my god. Free Master, yes, you can see 84 million is in the house. Kyle from 84 million is in the house, and you could see welcome, 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 everybody. If you're just joining the show, you need to know that this is the altcoin season tour. This is a show where we go around and we talk to some of the largest we talk about some of the largest projects in the space, and we engage in conversations around these things. We're trying to learn and expand our knowledge of all this plenty interesting projects and coins on the top 200 in the top 200 coin market cap list. And so yeah, that's what it's about. And it's a very fun show, and you're definitely gonna have a good time. In today's episode, we are definitely talking about Litecoin. So you just give me a few seconds, and I will be back at this stream. A few seconds. Okay. Yo, Master, welcome here. Welcome to the stream, Master. This is the Alt Season Tour again, and every single person is a welcome. And today we are talking about, like I said before, Litecoin, the inevitable takeover. Litecoin is definitely going to take over everything, and believe me, the world is not ready. The world is definitely not ready for the Litecoin takeover that is coming. So we're going to go ahead and talk about what is Litecoin. So in case you do not know, in case you're new here and you want to know what Litecoin is about, Litecoin is a peer-to-peer internet currency that enables instant near zero cost payments to anyone in the world. Litecoin is an open source global payment network that is fully decentralized without any central authorities. Secured by math, the network empowers individuals to control their own finances. And if I'm just going to put all of this in one simple statement, Litecoin is money, right? So I'm going to explain in a way that's very simple to every single person, right? In case you're new, because this is your first time hearing anything about Litecoin, or you've been hearing about Litecoin on X, but you do not know what Litecoin is, this is the easiest way for me to put it. Litecoin is the final evolution of money. So if you've been in crypto space for a while, but you're not really familiar with what Bitcoin is about, then you might not really be familiar with what Litecoin is about. And this might sound unthinkable, but a lot of people that are in this space that are actually, quite on the younger side, like myself, when we get into the space, we see all of these projects, there's plenty of different projects, and all of them, we're trying to solve this. We're creating the centralized zoo so we can keep llamas, or we're doing decentralized this, deep in that AI this, AI that, and it's almost as though every single token is like purpose built for a particular narrative, and that's pretty much the idea that is actually in the minds of most people. But what most people don't understand is that the original idea behind why cryptocurrencies were invented was because we're trying to create money that cannot be replicated, cannot be confiscated, and can be spent and used by literally anybody in the world. And that's the idea of Bitcoin. And Bitcoin, just like gold or silver and the rest, actually came into supply through a very natural means called mining. So if you had a mining machine, you could just go plug to the Bitcoin network, and then you could earn some Bitcoins. And that is literally the only way you can get Bitcoin into circulation, just like gold. You go unmine gold. And it's the same thing with Litecoin. So that is what Litecoin is. It's a totally fair money that was allocated to nobody, literally the fairest cryptocurrency launch ever. And it is the longest running cryptocurrency blockchain without any downtime. And yes, this might sound very strange to some people because they've not heard about Litecoin, some people. But yes, Litecoin is in fact the longest running cryptocurrency chain without any downtime, which is something that is very, very impressive. So a brief history about Litecoin. We're going to talk about Litecoin's founder. So who is Litecoin's founder? Litecoin founder is Mr. Charlie Lee. So in case you don't know who this man is, he is the inventor of Litecoin. No, well, inventor is the best way to put it. And Charlie Lee is an American computer scientist that worked with Google. And, he worked with Google and then he decided to, stumble upon Bitcoin, and then he joined the community. One of the very earliest, people in the Bitcoin community, right? One of the first 1,000 people to actually adopt Bitcoin. And, he saw all these other coins that were being produced at the time, because all of the scam and grift coins that you actually see nowadays, it's not the first time it's happening. It's actually been happening for a very long time. And this was what Charlie Lee, the founder of Litecoin, saw. There were other coins like Tenderbricks. And you definitely have not heard about Tenderbricks before because it failed, of course. And the reason why all these coins failed is because a lot of them weren't built on very solid foundation. And a lot of these coins, unlike Bitcoin, which allowed anybody to mine with an equal chance from day one, they actually mined a portion of the supply for themselves and controlled a portion of the supply before allowing other people to mine. So because of this, it was not fairly distributed, all these other coins. And Charlie Lee, the founder of Litecoin, decided to create another coin, another version of Bitcoin, but one that was totally fair and totally transparent. The day he literally told the community, the Bitcoin community, and the OG Bitcoin forums, when he asked for the opinion when they wanted Litecoin to be launched, and they all came to a conclusion. And on that day was when Litecoin was live and people could mine it from the beginning. And because Litecoin was distributed through this very fair process, Litecoin continues to remain alive today. Some of these top coins that were existing back then, you've definitely not heard of them. Namecoin, Tenderbricks, Fairbricks, and a whole lot of them. But they do not exist today. Whereas Litecoin remains one of, if not, in fact, Litecoin is the longest running, is the most successful altcoin with the longest history right now. And the evidence to this is very clear when you just look at the coin market cap ranking, and you can easily see Litecoin, despite being created since 2011 and enduring some very brutal market conditions, smear campaigns, blah blah blah, it still remains the 19th coin. This is not loading very fast, but it still remains the 19th ranked coin by market cap. So this is a very brief history of what Litecoin is, and so now you understand what it is about. It is money. And if you want to know what Litecoin's use case is for, right? I'm going to answer that like this. Litecoin's use case is whatever you want to use Litecoin for. So Litecoin is money, just like the way you decide what you want to use your US dollars for, right? You don't get your US dollar from the bank with a directive of what you're supposed to spend it on, right? Or you're supposed to use it for. You simply use your US dollars for whatever you want to use your US dollar for. And that is the same with Litecoin. So, now that we're done talking about, the brief history of Litecoin, I want to remind everybody that today we're going to be having a very special guest today, and the special guest is Master BTC LTC. Oh, Fairbricks is still running. That's from Monochromicon. Yes, Fairbricks is still running. By the way, Fairbricks is still 84 million said creator of Bitcoin. We're not going to tell them that, okay? That's our little secret. We're going to keep that to ourselves. Yeah, Fairbricks is still running, to be fair to them, pun intended. But Fairbricks is definitely not anywhere near the top 1,000 of cryptocurrencies. And, it's just being revived by the new Fairbrick Foundation and so that's very interesting. So we're going to be introducing to the stage the one and only Master BTC, who is definitely going to come here and talk about some Litecoin technical analysis. We're going to be going through Litecoin technical analysis with this man. In case you do not know who Master BTC LTC is, again, I'm going to remind you, Master BTC LTC is perhaps the largest Litecoin related outlet, Litecoin related account on X besides the official Litecoin account and the Litecoin Foundation account. So we're gonna welcome Master BTC LTC to the stage, and everybody, we're just gonna give him a round of applause as he joins us on the stage. So, Master, welcome, buddy.
What's up, Raphael? You there? Hey, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yo, Master, give me a second, Master. I'm just trying to get disconnected to where I can hear you. I can't read. 1 second.
I can hear you. You're hilarious.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, I can see you and hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, Master.
What's up? Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Let me check my settings to make sure.
Master, can you hear me, Master?
I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me? It should be working. Yo, 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 yo. Can anyone in the chat hear us? Are you there? Hello. Yo, 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 yo. Anyone?
Okay, I can't. Master, can you drop a private chat? I want to see.
I can hear you. My mic.
Okay, I cannot hear Master. I'm just gonna have to fix that now. Master can hear me, but I cannot hear Master. So y'all just gonna give me a second, and I'm just gonna have to fix that right now. Okay.
Have you added me to the stage? Have you added me to the stage? You know? Me to the stage.
Okay.
Are you there?
This a little. I don't know why I can't hear Master.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, Master. I've added you to the stage, Master. Just give me 1 second. I don't know why every time I start to stream, something breaks. Something always breaks.
It's all good, man. You got the awesome t-shirt on. See if I can pull this up on X. Comments. Oh, here we go. Oh, that is working. Oh, join the chat. Connect you. Oh, is this on YouTube? Hey, are you on YouTube or is this on X? Or is it on both? Oh. Flipify. Okay, Flipify. Let's see. Here we go. Or Flippin' Finance.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to connect this to my headphones since my
Can you hear me now?
My speakers are not working, so I'm just gonna try to connect to my headphones.
Yeah, so maybe they can hear me. Yeah, they hear me. So they can hear me. You just can't hear me. Okay.
I can hear you now. It's fixed.
Oh, you can hear me?
Okay, we are live with Master BTC. Master LTC, welcome to the show, my brother. Welcome. Oh.
Welcome. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing? Free Master, man. I decided to wear this Free Master tee from 84 Million today to honor you, man. A very thoughtful fight.
I think you were instrumental in returning that account, don't you think?
I mean, I'm not gonna take any of the credit, but like thanks for giving
I'm
me
giving you credit. You can take the credit.
appreciate appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, man. For the viewers that don't know what he's talking about his account got unjustly taken down by the X algorithm. I don't know. They probably reported his account for some reasons that, again, I do not know. And immediately I saw that because in case you don't know, Master is extremely instrumental in making me understand at all that there was any fundamental value, right? Any serious fundamental value attached to Litecoin. Because when I first saw Litecoin, I just saw the chart and thought, oh, yeah, it's going to go up, which is definitely obvious if you look at the chart at all. You don't even need to be an expert. But then I come on X and I see Master's post and he's talking about Litecoin going to, 20,000, 30,000. I'm like, wait, what? Is this even possible? And that conversation is what made me actually take the step to go try to learn about Litecoin. And in all of that process, I've actually ended up understanding a lot more than I did know. There's a lot more for me to learn, but yeah, that's a huge credit goes to Master and also Earn Not Gift that we're going to talk about Earn Not Gift later. So yeah, Master, over to you. I wanted you to, I want us to discuss about some Litecoin TA in a way that is going to allow the viewers to understand the tie, how the technical bullishness of Litecoin ties to the fundamental bullishness of Litecoin, which is something that I don't really see a lot of people do, but I know you're very good at doing that. So we can just go over with that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. So what I like to do typically is I'll just pull up Litecoin price chart in TradingView. I don't, have you ever used TradingView before?
Oh yes, I use TradingView a lot on my mobile. I don't know how to use it on my PC though. I'm very new to this whole PC thing. I don't use my PC for anything. I'm as Gen Z as they get. Borderline Gen Alpha.
Yeah, I can tell that there's a lot of high fructose corn syrup going on over there in Nigeria.
A lot of what?
High fructose corn syrup. You don't know what that is, probably, though, do you?
I don't know what that is.
Sugar.
Oh, sugar.
You're amped sugar. Up. Yeah.
Oh no, this is just how I am. I don't know. I just have a lot of energy.
Yeah, no, it's great. I appreciate it. Yeah. Do you want me just to kind of go over some technical analysis, fundamental analysis on Litecoin? Okay.
Takeover,
yeah, we can
brother. Takeover. The stage is yours.
Yeah, go ahead and feel free to jump in at any time as I do this. All right.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I developed a couple things recently, but the one that I really like to look at, what this is going to show you, what we're looking at now is Litecoin historic price, basically back since the beginning when it was created back in 2011. We can see it started at what, a penny, right?
Yeah.
And then one thing that's kind of we have about an hour or so. Is that what you want to do?
Of course. No, as long as you want. Hey, as long as you want. As long as this conversation remains interesting, you can just keep going. We want to educate people, so there's no limit to education, my brother.
I'm just gonna go with whatever. Here we go. Okay. Whatever. So one thing what I want to show people is that there historically have been these cycles, right? So in November of 2013, there's been a cycle. Also in the fourth quarter of the 4 years later, December of 17, there was a cycle here, like a cycle top. What I'm calling these cycle tops. And then this one's kind of an odd year. In 21, we actually had kind of an earlier cycle for a lot of these alts. So Litecoin actually topped early that year, but you will see there was another top, later November of 21, right? So what's kind of interesting is that if we play this out, where we are now, you would think that there could be a top in November or December of 25. Okay.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay. And then let's add on the Bitcoin price chart. Because what I want to show here is that typically these tops have been when Bitcoin's kind of blown off, right? There's been typically like a blow off in Bitcoin price. And I just don't think we've seen that necessarily this cycle.
Yeah.
And let's look at those. So we can kind of, it's, obviously it's very similar to Litecoin. You'll see that they have these waves here. So like you had this first cycle, and these waves or these parabolic moves, they get a little bit more shallower as time's gone
Yeah.
on, right? And then and they're not as extreme. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but the reason I'm showing this is because I think this cycle is different in a way, right? And so even
Yeah.
if we were to grab this here, the first thing that jumps out to me is that Bitcoin has been in this. Let's zoom in on it. And let's change the color of this to something a little bit different. How about orange? Let's go white. Okay. And then Bitcoin has been in this kind of narrow channel. You see that kind of, and actually it's been since December of 22. It's been an up channel for 3 years. It was at almost 3 or 4 years, right?
Yeah.
There's no parabolic advancement. It's been in this tight range. Maybe it tried, it looked like potentially it, tried escaping here a little bit, but it
Yeah.
got brought back down into the channel pretty quickly. And then you can see there's
Yeah.
a little parabolic move here also, like this, right?
Yeah.
And Bitcoin came back down in this channel. And the reason I'm showing this is because I think that Bitcoin is definitely probably not going to experience a blow off top. I mean, it could be wrong. It still could, but I don't think it's going to. And I think it's going to live in this channel or even come out of the channel and do something like this, or even down like this, right? Maybe come back down into something right here. Okay. These are kind of my
Yeah.
base cases for Bitcoin. And so
Yeah.
if I'm looking at Bitcoin and I want to make let's say I want to get a position into one of these assets, either Bitcoin or Litecoin, I just don't see a lot of upside potential for Bitcoin from here. Right. So,
Absolutely.
maybe it comes to the top of the channel, this channel here, you could draw it. Let's be fair here. Let's pull this up to something like this. Yeah, maybe it does come up to 190, 200, 228. And there's still a little bit of time, even if there is a 4-year cycle, which I don't think we're going to see a 4-year cycle this year, just because of
Yeah.
we can
Same.
look at some other ratios. Yeah, with the interest
Yeah.
rates,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
so you could look at like copper to gold ratios, and then you can look at the inventories in the United States. I think it's the
Yeah.
PMI. Anyways, so we go down and we take a look at Litecoin. So we know that the Bitcoin's either in a steady state up here, or it doesn't appear to be in like a parabolic blow off top, right? Where you have to be
Yeah.
looking to like maybe exit the market fully.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then you see Litecoin, and this is what I want to show everybody is this. I'm going to add something called the master Litecoin network value model.
Yeah.
And this model
That's the
basically
model you
takes,
created.
yeah, anybody could create this. It's available
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
Trading.
Yeah.
You can add it. There
Yeah.
was a lot more metrics, but what I believe and what I found, I think, is that Litecoin's true network value can go up into this. Basically, what it kind of represents is it's in a way like Metcalfe's law. Um,
Yeah.
so it's like the number of the network is the value of the network is the square of the users, essentially the nodes,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and it kind of represents Litecoin's capacity. And the blue, specifically this blue, is the number of active addresses. We used to have new addresses, but that data got removed. And it's an equivalent price against Bitcoin. And we can see that early in its history, it's been very close. Let me grab this here. It's oh, here we go. No, where is it at? Oh, here we go. Yeah, right here. Okay. So early in its history, let me change that color to yellow so you can kind of see a little bit better.
Yeah,
Here.
so we can see.
They've been kind of somewhat relatively correlated. This is price, and then this is the network value model, and then you'll see that price was inside this range, hugged
Yeah.
it during this cycle, and when it really blew off, and the network kind of got a lot of users or a lot of transactions, it kind of it went vertical, right? So,
Yeah.
but price still went up into there. Okay. And then what you're seeing here is over the last 8 years that price has really fallen out of that historical correlation using this network value model, right? And I think this is where the opportunity lies for Litecoin. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
And this model on its own with Litecoin is interesting. And I think everybody just knows that Litecoin appears to be undervalued, right? And has been bleeding against
Yeah.
Bitcoin for years. Okay.
Yeah.
So um let's take a look at this model on another asset. So we can look at like Dogecoin, for example.
Okay.
Oops. Yeah, let's do that here. So this one right here. Let's go like this. And we're going to do active addresses just because it's a simple comparison.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the reason for that is some of these other, like the new addresses, they got removed for Litecoin. So a lot of the
And
network
why
metrics for
is that?
Litecoin are gone.
Why is that?
Well,
They keep taking all of our metrics, all of our stats away. Like they don't want anybody
I
to
don't
see
know.
Litecoin. It's so strange. Sometimes you Google
It is
Litecoin
strange.
something and Google automatically converts it to Bitcoin something. I'm like,
Bitcoin.
oh,
It does. Yeah.
why?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's all the signals you want to see if you're looking for 100x plus, asset,
Of course.
they're all there for that. Okay, so for Doge, let's remove a couple of these things here just so we can kind of show it a little bit better. So Doge is below, and I'm going to make Doge price white. And so this is Dogecoin's network value model using the active addresses. And the thing that kind of jumped out to me with this model is that let's get rid of these peak years here. Is there was also a divergence, a gap from
Yeah.
its network value model from price. Okay. We can see
Yeah.
that pretty clearly here. Okay.
Yeah.
And since then it's kind of closed the gap, but that is somewhat developing again a little bit here,
Yeah.
right? Kind of see that. Okay. And then we can oops. The thing I was kind of discovered recently was that if you were to take here's the other thing. Okay, so I don't know if most people who are watching this realize that Dogecoin and Litecoin are both merged mined, right? So the miners that secure the network, kind of like Bitcoin, they use something called script, which is their hashing algorithm, which is completely separate, unique, and different from SHA-256. So it has its own security function. And so I almost think of them, they're not the same, but you can almost think of them as a miner. They may not necessarily care which they're receiving necessarily. So you can almost maybe treat them and isolate them as one chain or one token or one unit or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the interesting thought is that perhaps maybe there's been this like a cycle where the value kind of switched. Okay.
Yeah.
So Litecoin may have been, in the spotlight, holding its network value model really well, while Dogecoin wasn't. And this could be a weird fluke or a cycle, but they flipped, I would say, because all that value perhaps went into speculation value, whatever you want to call it, went into Dogecoin in 21 and was still there. And I think it's still there if you look at the mind share of people on X, right? So
Yeah.
you're going to see a lot of people they're going to promote Dogecoin over Litecoin, which fundamentally doesn't make any sense. And you can look at the network stats of Dogecoin. the new
Yeah.
address, active addresses, transaction volume. It's all, like a factor of, I don't know, maybe say it's 10 or 20 times less, right? Yet
Yeah.
Dogecoin's market cap is, let's say I don't know what it is, 5x more, 3, 4, 5x more.
Yeah, which is so
Doesn't make
strange, right?
sense.
It's very, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, none of this makes sense. It's all speculation, right? So there's nothing this
Oh, no,
isn't
no. I
driven
mean,
off value investing. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like the fact that like Dogecoin actually like has about 4 times or 5 times Litecoin's market cap, like that doesn't make sense at
Yeah.
all.
It doesn't. Yeah. Yeah. So here's the kind of interesting part. So what what I was looking at recently was this. What if, and everyone's and I don't think this is going to happen for Doge, but I just want to show people that oops, potentially it could happen. Um, is you draw this and then you take this divergence, grab it here. There we go. And you put this right here. I don't know. To me, doesn't that look the same?
Of course it does. It
It
definitely
looks very
does.
similar.
Very
It's
similar.
it's kind of similar. And then the thing you're going to notice here, though, is let's grab this one and this one, and we'll pull this up here like this. I would say that this is the gap, the divergence, this opportunity is actually bigger and a little bit, the durations have been a little bit longer, right?
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
we can just pull this up and you can kind of get an idea of
Yeah. Yeah.
how this could reconcile. Okay. So,
Hmm.
using the network value and the reason, and maybe the termination, the definition or the terminology for network value is maybe misleading, but what this is showing is that there are transactions happening on Litecoin and they're around, I don't know, 30, 40, 50% of what Bitcoin is doing.
Yeah.
When it comes to like activity, right? Maybe the value sent on chains a lot lower in some ways, but when we look at the median dollar amount sent using the median, because there's some errors if you use the total transaction
Yeah.
volume, but they're about the same and maybe a little bit lower at times on Bitcoin if you use the bit info data, which we could show too. But that being said, is that Litecoin has all the capacity and has the same security model as Bitcoin, so it could be considered at minimum a second Bitcoin or even a better Bitcoin, which is the camp I'm in. I actually think Litecoin is a better Bitcoin.
I think I'm
And
starting
so,
to enter into that camp.
yeah, you'll get there.
Like
Yeah,
the more and more I see all of these facts, right? Because like this your model. When I see the model you put out, and I see the way people respond to the model, it's like like people
oops,
don't actually understand exactly what you're trying to talk about, right? Like the fact that we're seeing more
yeah,
network growth, we're seeing more adoption, and the price is
yeah.
lagging, but like people are just like, oh, whatever, it's useful but not valuable. And I'm like,
Oh,
okay,
no,
now
no.
maybe I'm starting to move towards the camp of like people who actually believe Litecoin is a better Bitcoin. Because I mean, you can't keep
Sure.
telling me that Litecoin is going to continue to be the more used Bitcoin chain, and you still think it's not the better one. I mean, I'm starting to get in on that camp now. In that camp.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that takes time to understand. When I first got into crypto, in 2017, I owned Ethereum, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero, Dogecoin. I owned a lot of different cryptos,
Yeah.
and only over time, when I was basically what I was trying to do, I even created the account. I had a random account, but then I created the master BTC LTC, and the intention of that account was to master those two cryptos, right? And through that process, I came to my own conclusion that I couldn't find any flaws with Litecoin,
Yep.
and I still can't. I cannot find any flaws with Litecoin. And if there's anybody out there that can find one, let me know. There's nothing. If you compare Litecoin versus Bitcoin, maybe you could say like perhaps like the inflation rate is a little bit better on Bitcoin just because it's got a
Yeah.
30-month head start, but who cares,
Yeah.
right? Um,
It's the same stock
Litecoin's
to
just
flow
better.
stake. It's the same stock to flow
Yeah,
model with Bitcoin. And that's why I feel like
basically,
Litecoin is the silver to Bitcoin's gold, but even better than silver is to gold. Because like silver has
Oh
a
yeah,
much higher
of
stock
course.
to flow, because like a much higher
Yes.
inflation rate, right? Once silver starts going up, there's I think
Yeah.
it's about 20 something percent,
Yeah.
that you see a new silver get issued.
Correct.
But like Litecoin, it's the exact same as Bitcoin. So like
Yeah. It's a
for
little bit.
people to
Yeah.
like people to say oh yeah it's it's there's more litecoins than bitcoins and try to use that, like they don't still understand that it's not about the unit availability of total, like it's about the issuance, right? How predictable the
Yeah.
supply issuance is, which is definitely stock to flow, and a lot of people are sleeping on that.
They are, and if you were to take like a dollar amount and go purchase some Litecoin, you actually would get a larger percentage of the share of the network, right? So if
Yes, yes,
a dollar buys a 200 times more percentage of the share of the network total supply today than it would on Bitcoin. So your dollar goes further, has a higher purchasing power when you go buy Litecoin today. That can change, and it can change pretty quickly.
yeah.
So let's take a look at how that can change and what it would look like, and how close are we to that potentially happening. And the thing that I want to show here is that yeah, I have this over here. Is is that it appears to be kind of curling up, right? And these are a lot of times you'll see these long accumulations towards the end. You're going to see this start to make higher lows,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's been doing that here. I thought it was going to happen. This could have happened over here because it did look like it.
yeah,
See
yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah.
right?
I did
But
think it
maybe
was definitely happening there as well.
it could have happened like this. The potential is here, guys. It's like it
Yeah,
doesn't matter. It doesn't go away if it doesn't happen today. This potential doesn't
it
just go
doesn't go it
away.
doesn't go
It
away.
doesn't go
Yeah,
away.
yeah,
The gap is
yeah.
still. It's only getting bigger,
Bigger.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So more violent, more extreme, more vertical potential if this were to converge.
Continue.
So
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And one thing you could when we so here's the thing. Let's look at this. I want to look at the structure here on Dogecoin. Um,
Okay.
and you kind of see that it was just pretty tight range here for multiple year, like a 3 or 4 years, a cycle essentially. And then you kind of almost see that it did have this double. And I know I'm kind of getting down into the weeds here, but it's all good. You can almost say that it had this kind of double move here. You kind of see that,
Yeah.
and then had another one here. Now, if we were to take that same fractal, and nothing's exactly the same, but you kind of get the idea, and
Oh my God.
you're gonna notice that this one's actually much
This,
bigger.
yeah. It's
You see it?
much
Yeah,
bigger buttock. Yeah, like that. That's like a buttock
but
formation right there.
yeah, but here's the thing: you would actually so for a fractal to make a move up into here, it actually has to be bigger. It has
Yeah,
to
of
be.
course.
It's just the way it works. So maybe it's something like that, right? Just you kind of get the idea. Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then you're in this area here and potentially, and this would go vertical somewhere probably before it reaches the top of this range here. Um, so you're pretty close to there. And it
Yeah.
actually probably happens before it. The candle, if it does happen, it's probably going to happen before. It'll actually just go through it's not going to go to like 150 or 141 and then go up. It'll happen before, most likely. That's typically how
Yeah.
these work. I think you see it here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I remember seeing that. In this case, it looks like maybe that's not what happened. It did kind of have a little pullback there, right? Um, okay, so now if we were to take a move like that, and if it were to go up into this network value model, what would that look like? And what I've been doing recently is this. I think actually, that's kind of almost the pullback there. Okay, so let's turn off Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And what I want to do is just, let me do this here. Take this to the front. And I'm just going to screenshot this because what I want to take a look at is it going to its network value model. And get it pretty close here. Let's just do something like, let's just go like this. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it did. Yeah, there it is. Okay. And now I'm going to scale it appropriately so it actually is accurate here. So let me scale it real quick. Get it where it needs to go. How did I screw that up? Oh, I see. It's right there. Okay. We'll get it. We'll get it. Here we go. We'll get it. I want to get it right on there. Just so it's the same. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but we'll get it close. Okay.
Yeah.
Right there. Okay. So now I'm just going to pull this up here because what you'd expect if this move were to happen is that the network value model would rise in a similar fashion. And I'm just going to put it right over the top of that one, right in there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And this is where you're getting big numbers. Okay. And
Exactly.
very big numbers.
Someone in the chat previously mentioned that like they can't see the they can't see the numbers on the screen, so like maybe you can like call out the digits so they can actually like hear it.
Oh yeah. Okay. On the right hand side. Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem. So this would be in a euphoric. This is not where Litecoin would probably end up, but it could be in a blow off top. Okay. And so the upper end, I think, of a blow off top is somewhere around 80,000, maybe 86,000, 87,000. Keep in mind, predicting a move like this is impossible, but directionally, we can probably see that something like this could happen. It could repeat. Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason I kind of get to that is that I work backwards, right? So working backwards here, that even if you draw it like this or up into here, if we go down to Dogecoin, okay, we can see that its bear market was in this blue network value model while it was in that range. Okay.
Yeah.
And so but the interesting part with Litecoin is that this network value model is going up into the right. Dogecoins sideways. Okay. So
wow.
this is,
And
to
it's
me,
very
this is even
similar
more,
pattern.
yeah. To me, it's very more explosive potential.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you work backwards and you go, okay, well, let's say that happens. The bear market for Litecoin, it's not exact, could be today I got 11,000. I've got 9,000, 8,000, 7,000, 6,000.
Wow.
It directionally, it doesn't really matter if you own Litecoin here, if it does do this, right? It doesn't really matter now. It's just it's 100x. It's over 100x, right? So
yeah.
I guess the bear market would be 100x.
Wow.
If it played out this way, right? But there's on top of that, and of course, you're not going to be on it. I mean, ideally, it would just kind of go right up there and not do a blow off, but that's not how the world works. There's blow offs typically and capitulations, right?
Yeah.
So the other thing I want to say is that where Dogecoin kind of stuttered here a little bit was the bear market bottom. See that? Kind of came up and stuttered here. And then okay. And so then what would this look like? If this were to play out right now, it would look just something like this. Like it would just go vertical. And you ask yourself, like, are there any catalysts? Is there something coming to Litecoin? Could there be more speculation? Is Bitcoin entering like the final blow off top, stuff like that? And there are a lot of things that are going on for Litecoin, right? I
Yeah.
mean, just yesterday, it looks like all the ETFs are going to get approved. They kind of are mute
Yeah.
at this point because you don't even need to file with the SEC to list an ETF for Litecoin because it meets all the requirements of the framework. Okay,
Mm.
so let's move this to 2 here. We can take a look what this would be. So, for example, this would be January. You're looking at, I mean, it's not exact, but into the thousands, 5 digits. If it was similar to Dogecoin at the upper end, it would be 11K, 11
Yeah.
11,000, 10,000, 9,000, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's a big number and nobody's pricing that in. What I'm seeing is there are a few traders though that are doing technical analysis and Fibonacci retracement and extensions. And there are some that are getting up into the thousands, 1 or 2,000.
Yeah.
Kind of basically going off this structure here. But a lot of people are just calling for 400, hitting the top
Honestly.
here, and then
Honestly.
coming back down. But what they don't
Which is
understand is
like,
the fundamentals.
yeah, and I think those people that are often call for about 400 for like the cycle top, they're mostly looking at the linear chart. Like there are a lot of chartists that I see out like in the space nowadays. They're all like pricing crypto in the linear chart. And I understand like you could use like the linear chart for like small time frames, but crypto at the end of the day is a logarithmic asset, right? It moves in orders of magnitude. So why would someone expand the time frame and still end up using? Yeah, because there's that really exactly. So like, you expand the time frame, and then you use a linear, scale, and that doesn't make sense, and that's why a lot of people are not really seeing the big picture.
Yeah,
and
they're not.
I wanna say something about this thing that this thing that you charted here, and I don't know if you're done because I want to just talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, go ahead. There's probably more we can talk about, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interject.
So when people look at this model that you put, right, this model you put up, and they say that, oh, Litecoin is not going to 11,000. Sometimes it makes me ask myself, because like I also get like when I see the network value model, right, and then I see like, oh, it's 30 something thousand, 11,000. I'm like, I mean, realistically, right, if my bias goes out, that's not happening. But then I think like the question is, the answer to the question exists in why not? Because like, why not? Is there any technical reason? Is there any fundamental reason why a Bitcoin should actually like deserve $1 trillion valuation that Litecoin shouldn't? I mean, is there anything that's going to break in the Litecoin network, the Litecoin chain, if we actually are valued at $1 trillion? And like that sort of like expands my mind to the possibility of this. I mean, obviously, I feel we're still going to definitely get to like this price points over time. I have an entire lifetime to enjoy the benefits of Litecoin, and we're going to get there. But I'm still open to the possibility that we just see everybody being proven wrong. Because like that's the thing, when people are absolutely certain that something can't do this type of thing, right? I mean, we're going to get to 1,000 and 2,000 and stop. When everyone is sort of like certain like that, then we're either not getting there, or we're like going to places that no one could ever imagine. And that's like, I'm open to that idea. So when I see your models, I feel like everyone can talk what they want to talk, but at the end of the day, you might end up being the one who actually saw it before everybody, and you end up being the historic guy. And that's something that I see playing out right here.
Yeah, well, the thing that people don't realize is that Bitcoin is over $100,000. Okay, and if Litecoin is a second Bitcoin, or even better, a better Bitcoin, if you were to just to compare it equally to Litecoin based on circulating supplies, if let's say it was 1-to-1, right, that there was equally as many users on Bitcoin as there was on Litecoin, that that fair value for an equivalent Bitcoin price, a Litecoin price would be today. I just did the math. I put it in here for us to look at. Let me make it white here, or blue, or so, or yellow. Let's go with orange. Okay. Today, that is $30,000, right? So if you were just compare, if you thought that Litecoin had all the special properties of Bitcoin, which it does. And if anyone wants to try and refute that, they're welcome to. Good luck, because they can't.
Of course,
Because
there's literally
Litecoin is
there's
Litecoin is Bitcoin.
yeah,
It's just another version of it, and has the
yeah,
same security consensus mechanism, proof of work, same halving schedule, same total
same
fixed supply as
same
Bitcoin.
stock to
Okay.
flow model, same stock to flow model can
Yeah,
be applied.
it's slightly delayed by 30 months, but yeah, you can essentially, you can also just play it out to the end, right? So 2142, it
Yeah,
becomes essentially the same as Bitcoin, right?
it's just,
For the
yeah,
most part.
it's just the same. But you take the leg and just like sort of like put it, like you can make it a graph and you just sort of like
Yeah,
fix for the leg. It's the exact same stock to
yeah,
flow.
yeah. And I think what's happening here is most people aren't realizing that Litecoin is catching up to Bitcoin when it comes to network adoption. And this blue
Yeah.
represents that, because you see the orange here, which is Bitcoin. It's the equivalent Bitcoin price that would equal the Litecoin based on the supply ratio. So it's basically a 4 times less. It's 383, but close enough. The
Yeah.
gap is closing here, meaning that Litecoin's network value, is increasing. And it actually, let's look at this, because this is where I think it's going to get kind of extreme. So we can just draw just a nice little. What this represents is the rise during these phases, these bull runs. Okay,
Yeah.
and you can see basically what it's trying to show you is the blue can increase pretty quickly, and it's around the
Hmm.
same size magnitude every time.
Every time.
Okay,
Exactly.
now we can go put that right here. Okay, somewhere in here. I don't know. Let's put it down here. Okay. What you're going to notice, though, is that this network value goes higher than Bitcoin. So that means that Litecoin actually could surpass Bitcoin in its market cap, has the potential to do it, right?
Yeah.
And one of the reasons for that
Because
is,
like,
if you were to compare the block size, the capacity for transactions and users of Litecoin compared to Bitcoin, Litecoin has at least 4 times more capacity, but actually it's more than that because of MWeb, which is the extension block. And people don't realize that Litecoin essentially is 2 chains in one. It's Bitcoin Lite, right, on one side, and then
yeah.
I'm calling it Monero Lite with the MWeb. So you're really getting
Yeah.
2 chains in one, and it's bolted together through the extension block. It's really a secret weapon. And
It is.
the reason
It
for
is.
that is
And
that if Mhm.
okay, so I wanted to chime in again with something, because like this thing that you just plotted on the chart, right, to show that Litecoin's network value can actually like surpass that of Bitcoin. I believe
Yeah,
the network, because like once Litecoin starts going up, right, let's say it's going up 800, 1,000, 1,200. Of course, this blue line, this network value is going to start to grow even more, because like we're even going to
yes,
see
correct.
more a much rapid expansion in the
Yeah,
adoption, the use in every network metric. And like at a point where the objective network valuation, the objective network value of Litecoin is actually superseding that of Bitcoin, what is the argument that Litecoin's market cap does not deserve to supersede that of Bitcoin at that point? And could that really be the reason why we're actually being held down? Because like I believe
yeah,
the moment the
possibly.
objective network value exceeds that of Bitcoin sustainably, then I don't see any objective reason why someone could say we do not deserve a bigger market cap than that of Bitcoin. Besides mimetics, oh, it's the first, oh, it's immaculate conception, and all of those others, which of course we
Yeah, which
cannot
is
give
all
respect to
meaningless. Yeah.
such conversation. Of
Mhm.
course, yeah. So like it's very exciting. But yeah, go ahead, continue.
Yeah. So the way to think about these things, if it's useful and more people are adopting it, especially as money, which Litecoin can do. And the thing about Litecoin is that we talked about the secret weapon with MWeb. Not only
Yeah,
is it add privacy, but it adds fungibility. And then the piece that I think is really the most unique part is that it actually offers a separate fee structure. Okay. So if you're on the main chain and And let's say the chain does reach kind of some capacity or like full capacity, which is around, let's just say it's 2 million transactions per day. And right now we're like 200,000. So it'd be, what is that, a 10x? Yeah, 10x or so in transactions. And let's say fees start popping off a little bit and getting a little hot. There's an overflow with MWeb. And transactions can just move on over to the MWeb side. People can just peg in or just use MWeb to transact, and it has a completely separate fee structure, right? So the fees on one side, they're independent of the other side of the chain. So it's basically two chains in one, like I said earlier.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's something I've not thought about. Like, you're just bringing it to my attention right now. I've never really looked at it from that perspective before.
Yeah.
That's interesting, actually. Very interesting.
Yeah. So let's so the other thing that I was looking at recently was this. Let's remove some of this stuff here. Let's go like that. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add this master Litecoin. Let's see what it's called here. I just created this a couple of days. Well, let's look at both of them here. Let's look at the bands. So this one's kind of interesting. Let me turn off the network value model.
Okay. So this one we're about to look at, what's it called? Oh, the bands.
This is, yeah, these bands. And so I see there's other accounts out there. There's like the rainbow chart or the logarithm. Like I think Ben Cowan uses just a log chart.
Log chart, yeah.
This actually, this is real network data. So this is real network.
How
data.
does it?
How
different is it? Like, I want you to explain to the audience how different this is from, because I know Crypto Larmor. Shout out to Crypto Larmor. He has a rainbow logarithmic progression chart, and like I want you to just sort of like give the users an explanation for how this is different from the very traditional logarithmic progression chart.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So the unique thing about these blockchains, for the most part, is that you can actually see the transactions happening in real time, total addresses or active addresses or new addresses or transaction volumes. What these bands represent is this is total transactions accumulating over time, and I have them just scaled just so you can kind of see them. But the idea here, the takeaway is that it's this. Okay, it's kind of up and to the right. And this is on a log scale too, right? So this really kind of shows you the power of it. See that?
Yeah.
When you look at them linearly, they go vertical. Okay, wow. But when you look at them on log scale,
scale, they go exponential.
So yeah, exactly. And so these are this is the network growing per year in usage, right? In transactions and stuff like that. So you don't need to have a log scale, log regression that isn't taking into account actual network utility and usage. So let's take a look at this on its own without anything behind it. And what I think is interesting is this. So we can see that in November of 2013, top, and also in 17. So look at this band here. Just trace it along here. See this? It's the same.
Yeah.
Okay. So in between this band and that band was the top in 17. So where would that band be today? And we'll realize that in this cycle, remember, maybe the value shifted out of it or switched to Dogecoin. That would have been up into like 2000. So calling for 2000 to 3000 in 21 was wrong. I mean, it didn't happen. What I mean by wrong, but it potentially could have went there because it's done it before in two previous cycles. Okay, that's just showing that. And then if it were to happen today, because the network is still continued to climb, guys, like this isn't stopping. This range today would be 7,000 to 13,000. Okay.
Yeah, and that's staying on that same band that we could have gotten to last cycle. Like, we're not skipping
exactly.
So like people that are calling for 2000, people that are calling for 2000 are pretty much calling for 2021 network realistic
Correct.
price target. They actually got wow.
Yeah. That's a good point. Just so I feel like they're a cycle back. Okay. And then we just plop on the network value. Boom. Okay. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Right into
Wow.
it. Even here, you could almost argue that maybe it could have went up a band, you know.
Yeah.
Price isn't limited by these bands. It just shows where it's gone before, you know. So in that aspect, maybe you're up into this other band, but you have this blue here, and this blue is going to climb. So, maybe it comes up into here, and that's 70,000, 50,000, 70,000. But today the band is around 12, 13, 14,000,
Yeah.
So that's kind of fascinating. And then the other thing I want to show is this. So then I was looking at the realized market cap. I made this model, I think, last week. Let's do this here. Where is it? What did I name it? It should be right here. Oh, here it is. Okay, right in front of me. Yeah. I'm going to turn some of this stuff off because I don't want it to get too noisy here. So let's do this.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay. Let me turn off this. And let me just work through these bands. There's too many of them right now. Let's just get right into the good ones here. This is a more conservative range, but again, it still shows you that it's undervalued. I'm just going to go with this band here. Yeah, let's just go with this one. This is calculated differently, but it kind of gives you the same result. Okay. So this is, and I have the same thing with Bitcoin and Dogecoin. But what you notice is that price came up right into this band here in 2013 and also in 2017. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is calculated based on it's like when the coins move on chain, that is the price. So it's like a realized market cap. Okay. And then it's a multiple of it. It's like a 8x or 5x or 7x or something like that. Okay. Now, of course, this band would rise, but that band today is at 439.
Wow.
Okay. And what we can do here is this. Let's just take it something like 17 cycle, which I think would be much bigger than 17, but just to take a look at it, if it did exactly that and went right to where it did last time, you're talking around a $7,000 Litecoin price. Okay.
What market cap target is that?
It would be 7,500 times 77 million. So we could just do something like, I don't know. Let's do it right here. 77, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Is that 5.7 billion? Or is that right?
500.
I may have done my math.
That should be.
Yeah,
that's
500 billion. It's $577 billion. Yeah.
$577 billion. That will send us straight to like number 2 in terms of market cap. I mean, considering that I'm expecting a lot of like coins to get into the hundreds of billions, and my big call for this cycle is Litecoin getting to number 3, because like at least I believe like minimum we should get to like number 3, because again, like Litecoin is and not only that, 2 things, us getting to number 3 and that sparking the conversation of how to value like
it goes
like people don't understand.
But you realize if it goes to number 3 though, it's going to number 1, just so you know.
Of course that's where it starts to get into like the levels where I'm like, oh my god, I'm like scared that we have people that that might actually work against this, because like if we're actually going that high, then what's stopping us from just going to number 1? But like more importantly, I feel like if that happens, or when that happens, it's gonna spark the conversation of why is this thing going that high, and how should we value proof of work commodities, as opposed to how we're gonna value like proof of stake chains, because like they're fundamentally different. and they should be valued entirely differently. And I believe like a run up like that is going to spark that conversation, and we're going to see a completely different classification of crypto, where we're going to see, you know, the commodities being valued entirely different, the same way they are doing like with gold and silver. And you know, you're not going to value gold the same way you're going to value Apple or Tesla or like, you know, whatever these other things. And I feel like we're going to see that you know, great separation happen in terms of how these things are being valued. Should we see a run up like that with Litecoin? So that's one of the things I'm definitely looking up to.
Yeah, and gold, and let's look at gold and silver next. And we'll do that here. But take a look at this. I mean, even if it were to do a move like XRP, you know, that's a big ass number, dude.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. If it just pulls up, if it just pulls off an XRP, that's gonna be very you know, incredible. And like, you know, we've been consolidating for like much longer, it's much bigger, you know, the
maybe
consolidation.
Like,
And it,
this says 40,000. I thought I got 20 before, but like I said, it doesn't
40,
necessarily matter. It's just a big number, right?
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a big number. And if this happens,
Yeah.
it's gonna be very, you know, interested if this happens. MK says, "Oh my god."
Yeah, at some point. Yeah. Well, I mean, just based on just technical analysis alone, even so what we can do here is compare these two. So let's do this real quick here. What time is it? It's 4:15. Okay, so okay, so on X, there's a lot of people that were charting this. I mean, this did look pretty good. You kind of had this compression here, a symmetrical triangle on XRP that did result in a breakout to the upside. Decent. I mean, it wasn't great. I mean, it was good, but it could have been better. And the reason I say that is that it never really convincingly made a new all-time high. And it has been impressive though that it's stuck here, but it's also just been stuck sideways for a while. Okay. And so what I wanted to show here is that if you were to look at, see, this XRP was more of like a symmetrical triangle. You look at Litecoin,
yeah,
it's more of an ascending triangle. Okay. And it's bigger, longer in duration than XRP by about a year, because this is another year right here. So this is I believe this is a year. This is November. So like 9 months from here. A couple more months will be November, but you know, so Litecoin's still down here, hasn't broken out. And you know it hasn't broken out because you don't have this candle, you know. This move yet. So it hasn't got to that point. And the question is, where is that at? You know, is it here? Probably. I mean, if I had to guess, I think it's right here. When it breaks this convincingly, it's just going to go. It'll shoot right up to 400, and then the question is it going to, you know, do an XRP, or is it going to go straight vertical? Okay, and we can maybe look at XRP's network value model, because we can do that too, and we'll go look at. And there is more data on XRP, which is nice. Now it never used to be like that, but there is data now. It's we were doing active addresses earlier. You can do new addresses. Actually, let's just do new because I think it shows them lower. Yeah, it's basically the same. Right? They're all very similar.
Yeah,
they're kind of a function of each other. So now the thing with XRP is that you can kind of just see these kind of overextension where it's been before in these cycles, kind of something like that, and something like, you know, maybe it keeps going, but maybe it's right in here like this, something like that. And so in that case, that maybe XRP perhaps is already topped, okay, and it would look something like this, and like this. Oops. And you'll see here, this is actually a lower high too. So this could be some bearish divergence, while price kind of made like just a barely higher high. So this actually could be coming down. And when this, you know, if the network activity were to come down, this just means price sure can roll up a little bit more, but I don't think you're going to get the big move. that people are calling for, like the 50. I mean, I hear people saying 1,000, 10,000. Ridiculous.
XRP to 10,000. We're gonna replace Swift.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think so. So then we go back to, we'll go back to Litecoin again, and we'll just take a look at its same model against Bitcoin. And this is valued. It's equalized with the supply cap, so it's kind of fair, apples to apples. And it's just like, why would you own XRP? Why would you even take the risk? Like, actually, there's downside risk potentially. Maybe XRP was overvalued for these 2 cycles, and now it's kind of maybe the value's finally kind of catching up a little bit potentially, but it's still overvalued. So, can you do this with anything else? Let's go look at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so which is because like I one of the episodes like very very soon that I'm gonna do is definitely XRP is one of the episodes, and like I mean I want to know how exactly to like put XRP in like a conversation, because like it's definitely not a commodity, and like these are network valuation models, of course, but like the XRP tokens itself, right? Like how I feel like a lot of what's going on in XRP is just like pure meme coin speculating. That's just my own view, but like, I don't see it being put in like that like objective conversation in a way that is very like, we can actually talk with a degree of certainty, about the same way we're doing for like Litecoin now and Bitcoin now. We can't really do that with XRP because like at the end of the day, it's just like Ripple's meme coin. So like, I'll probably because of that be more inclined to seeing it as being worthless. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure the real value of XRP, and the reason for that is, to me, it's just it can be easily replicated. There's no special moat except for having a business entity that's been around for so long with like a big bank account, but because the reason you can figure that out is because you can just look at XRP. There's also XLM. So why isn't XLM the one that's going to win, right? So there's nothing too special about XRP, and Ripple, the company, still holds like 40-some% of the tokens. Which of course they could use as like liquidity or incentives for these banks, but no banks are really using them in the United States that I know of, right?
Sorry. Give me a second.
Just speculating.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Hey man, listen. I'm on the stream.
Yeah. So this is the Ethereum network value model, and where Ethereum has been before, has been in that range. So again, this model to me is somewhat effective in that it does show correlation. And I don't remember when Ethereum switched out of proof of work, when that was. I don't know if that was recently or if it was in 21 cycle. Do you remember when Ethereum switched out of proof of
that
work?
was 20. Yeah, the merge. There has to be 2021. I remember when that happened, and we'll do like countdown to there has to be 2021. Yeah, it has to be 20.
Right here, maybe. Maybe it was this summer.
Yeah, somewhere, because we kept waiting for ETH 2.0. We can just Google that up, right? We could just Google it.
Yeah. You could, Grok or something. Okay, so here's the interesting part. So this model showed that Ethereum was actually dumping it. Here, look at this. I actually have this model. It shows you the upside from the model. So Ethereum was around nine times undervalued to the model. A couple months ago, April. Yeah. And since then, it's now it's 5x undervalued. So it is slightly still undervalued, but Litecoin was like 200 or whatever. I don't know what it is. It's over 100.
Yeah, sorry.
140x. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Ethereum switched to proof of stake September 15th, 2022. So we're both wrong. Yeah, but continue. Yeah, okay. Litecoin.
In the bear market. Yeah.
Yeah, in the bear market.
It was. Okay. So it was like right here. Yeah, right here. Okay, and So this model again, we use the same model on Litecoin, we use it on Dogecoin, we use it on XRP. There's something here.
Yeah.
Because there's some correlation, but Ethereum has there's a gap, and what we know about these now is that this gap can go on for a while. I mean, it doesn't have to resolve
Yeah.
quickly. It
Until
can
like
go on
much
for 8
longer.
years, Yeah. So from a technical analysis aspect, where you would just draw like a horizontal from the previous all-time high, it's at resistance right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a potential risk for it to not break through, or if it does, it may just get stuck here for a while and be range bound. Okay. And then you start looking at this
Yeah.
structure. It is a very bullish structure, though.
Yes, it
Let's
is.
look
It
at
is.
this here. Yeah, it's vertical basically. So this is just like 120-day moving average. Well, we're on the 3-day. Let's just go to yeah, it doesn't matter. It auto correlates. So it's bullish. Anytime you see yellow, if you see yellow underneath the price, it's bullish. If you see blue, it's bearish. Okay. And so it's extremely bullish.
Yeah.
But you have to just realize that this could be the top for Ethereum. That is a potential here. Let's go like this. Let's turn that off so it's not so noisy. Okay. And what would that look like? So we can just draw this out, this structure here, and kind of just connect it something like this. This is still a bullish structure, but it doesn't have to resolve today, or this year.
Yeah.
This could go back down into. So the reason for showing this is that Litecoin looks like it has the best setup. I can't think right
Best
now.
setup.
Where the damn arrow
Best.
is. Here it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Best everything. Best
You know,
risk to reward.
and-
Everything.
yeah, best risk to reward. Even this could come back down into here.
Yeah.
Because this triangle, because we saw Litecoin go into an 8-year triangle, right? So this could go into something like this. This can happen. Just be aware, right? So just
Yeah. I said that. I said that a couple weeks ago. I'm like, I feel like what happened to like Litecoin last cycle is going to happen to Ethereum this cycle. It's going to consolidate again. It has to consolidate. That's why I don't see Ethereum going much higher. I think people are going to, the way things are being set up. Yeah, people are going to be trapped, and the way things are going to set up, like Litecoin is going to go so dangerously close to Ethereum. It's going to be so heated, and at the same time, we're just going to see the same thing happen again, where people end up just at that top start rotating into Litecoin, and then we get to like consolidate again for much longer, and everyone's like, "Oh, Ethereum's dead," and then it does its own, and it just keeps going like that. I feel like that's very possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now look at this. This is very interesting. So I pulled up Solana on here, and let's do this so you can see it. Watch this. Check this out. So grab this like that. Okay, now watch this. So now we'll take, there we go, right here. Let me just get this scaled up properly here. Doesn't have to be exact. We'll get it pretty close though. A little bit more here. Okay, so yeah, let's get it a little bit closer. Right there. Okay. Now check this out.
Yeah.
This is kind of similar. Like look at the structure here of
Ethereum
Solana versus
Solana.
Ethereum. It's almost like very similar, right? See that? I mean, not exactly the same.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's I can see how it correlates, in a way, like the wave movement.
Yeah.
If you can count the waves, it kind of like.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then something like Solana could be like Ethereum here. So let's just draw what that would look like, like this. So this would go here, like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like if you see, I would argue
Solana
that
is
like maybe
definitely a
Solana
polar
is
structure, but yeah,
yeah, it can definitely like test a much higher, price, considering
the
like
low
Ethereum
was a
sort of
lot
like did.
higher. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So like it could definitely go much higher.
yeah, and Solana price is also in a parabolic move, so it is extremely bullish.
Yeah.
Just like all these are, all of them. Look at all. I mean, look at Ethereum. Ethereum kind of looks like it maybe top tier, but look at Solana. Like it's still rolling up. You know what I mean?
Solana's looking much better than Ethereum. Just looking at it, chart. Ethereum
Yeah, I
looks
would think
rushed
so.
up.
Yeah,
It
it
looks
looks like
rushed up.
the move's already happened. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And the other thing you can you can just draw like a simple line here on Ethereum. It's more of like a vertical channel, whereas like Solana is more like rolling up in a
Yes, like a
parabolic move.
parabola. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is at resistance, so you have to be careful here. Okay, but maybe this is the power for it to punch through. Okay,
Yeah.
so again, you're seeing Ethereum at resistance, Solana at resistance, and then you go back to Litecoin. It's like it's at like a micro, smaller range resistance.
Yeah.
So the risk, I think, is much less. Uh, yeah, it's not even at resistance. The resistance here was right in here. So um, yeah, I'm trying to think what else we could look. The other thing we could take a look at is if people do this, we could look at, and we'll probably end it after this. We could just chat or whatever. Um, so, oops. Okay, so this is going to be the LTC BTC price chart, and a lot of people like to use this as an example of why not to own Litecoin. Okay,
Yeah.
and when you look at the whole structure back to like 2012, the thing that kind of jumps out to me is something like this. Okay, and these kind of things, that the way the structure looks is that it's this is definitely like a falling knife, like capitulation. Maybe does go a little bit more, it's possible, but I think this could be the bottom, and we can go with something like let's go to like the 6-month candles. Might show it a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit better there. Yeah, at some point this should revert, just based on technical analysis. This can revert back up into this range. Okay, but we have the edge with the fundamental network value model stuff, so we can go like this, LTC, and then we'll go LTC right here. Oh no, let's do this one, the second one. It's probably the same. Yeah. Oh, did I make a new one? I may have.
Yeah. I think you made a new one.
Well, because some of these have the old data, like the into the block, which isn't there. So let me just make sure I have the right one. I thought I updated it. It should be
Yeah.
this one. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, that was the old one. So this one has accurate data. It's live today. And so this is, it's basically the same chart we showed in US dollars, but now it's LTC BTC. So this prices Litecoin against Bitcoin at a 0.11, 0.12. But then you have to realize that this is also the 6 months. So let's go to like the 3-day. And just different. Of course, that would rise, So I think this thing is just ready to go.
Yeah, it is. It looks
At
ready
some
to
point,
fly. Yeah, at some point, because like when this is like the Bitcoin maximally startup pack when it comes to Litecoin Hayden. This is like the
Yes, the
gotcha
startup pack.
chart that they
Yeah.
it's the, yeah
Exactly.
like they show it anywhere. Like you just go anywhere you talk about Litecoin and the big Bitcoin maxes. Them Lean Alden, them Ben Cohen, and Ben Cohen is definitely not even a maxi. but
No, he's
he
not a
talks a
maxi
lot
yet.
like one, so I'm just gonna label it. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna label him a
yeah,
Maxi just to drive home my point. So like they just throw this
yeah,
chart, and like I feel like it's very strange, because like the only time it should matter is like if the network usage and adoption is like going on a downtrend in
yeah.
correlation with the
Exactly.
downtrend
Yeah,
in, in the ratio. Like when you do that, like if
correct.
this was like LTC BTC with regards to like active addresses, or like median
Hmm.
transaction sense, or like the hash rate or anything, like I kind of get it, right? You could slap that in my face, but you're not
Yeah,
gonna slap a
for
price
sure.
ratio in my face when the network has been going up and to the right.
Exactly. That's why this is an opportunity. I think that people they aren't seeing because they aren't looking at the data. And it's hard to find because they removed it from Glassnode into the blocks now gone. All you have left is
Yeah.
like bit info charts and which is readily available. But and then you also
Okay.
have coin metrics, but coin metrics doesn't show you new addresses and stuff. So
Yeah, they don't.
yeah.
They don't. So
So I also added
I'm with you. Just keep going. I want to address something. I'm listening in. You could just keep talking with the viewers. I just want to address
okay.
something very quick that's happening here,
Yeah.
but just keep going on. I'm listening.
Yeah. So the thing that I added up top here was it's a ratio of uh, Bitcoin to Litecoin supply, and you'll see that when Litecoin first was created, that supply ratio was pretty high. It was like 2.6, and then 1.54, and then what you're noticing though is that it's starting to get to the 4-to-1 ratio, 1 to 4, so it'd be a quarter of it, right? And it's kind of reached that asymptote now. Um, So you could almost treat them as like fixed supply against each other, right? And this actually could hurt the network in price because this is through dilution. Like there's inflation, right? But that inflation ratio is gone and it's been kind of squeezed out already. I mean, really, a lot of it was squeezed out in probably 15 through, 18. Uh, there's just not much left because I mean, it's going to, it'll resolve at 0.24, which is like right here, because there's 84 million Litecoin to 21 million Bitcoin. So it'll get to 0.24 at some point, 2142, Um, but for all practical purposes, this thing has already kind of reached that ratio. Okay. So that actually helps now too. When the tokenomics are basically the same, they're both total fixed supplies, essentially the same. Okay. And what you'll see here is that you can just draw this channel. Price was kind of in this channel and then fell out of it down in this diagonal. This is kind of like when Charlie sold and Charlie left, and price may have gotten blown out of. Maybe it was too overvalued potentially. I don't know. But either way, it's been in a downtrend. But its network adoption has been in an uptrend, and it's actually really close. If we were to play this out again, another way to visualize it is that and I'm not going to show the extreme just to kind of give you a general idea of what happens. Is the network does increase typically each cycle. It levels up, right? It brings in new users, more places adopt it. So, and if that were to happen this time, it would cross this 0.26, and what that means is that potentially the network value of Litecoin would have a higher market cap than Bitcoin. Okay. And this thing would start climbing, and maybe it's happening now. Who knows? Could be. Hopefully, I think it is, but we'll see. It starts climbing up into here. Let's say it does go back into this blue. Let's say it ends up here, like 0.1, 0.13, 0.12, something like that. People are going to have the discussion. They're going to be able to visualize this and see this opportunity, and they're going to go, wait a minute. Well, if Litecoin's doing more transactions, and it probably happens on its own. There's probably no speculation. This probably happens, but if you're seeing that, if there's more users, more value, the market cap would just be higher. It's just how it works, right? It should. And that's how you would end up getting Litecoin as a higher market cap. And over time, if Bitcoin can't compete in some way, I don't know how, and maybe it's kind of a done deal and Bitcoin really can't come back. I mean, they are really similar from a protocol level, right? And so maybe at some point they both kind of just find equilibrium and they both survive together. That's probably the best case. I hate to see one go away, right? I mean, it'd be hard for it to probably go away, but because they're both decentralized and there's incentives, right? So if the value or if Bitcoin's price dropped enough where like Litecoins has dropped down to what is it, 1,001 right now or something stupid. Yeah, right now it's 989. So if you had one Bitcoin, you can get 989 Litecoin. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Absolutely crazy. That's like saying you could get 250 Bitcoin with one Litecoin. For me, that's probably when I would sell some of my Litecoin and go buy Bitcoin. But today, I'm not going to do that. I don't own any Bitcoin. I do not want any Bitcoin at all. I don't even like Bitcoin. Using it, it sucks. Spending it, it's terrible. I mean, having its price increase, yeah, that was really nice, right? That part would be good. But if you had that in Litecoin, why would you use Bitcoin? And the piece that most people don't understand is the Dogecoin merge mining. So Litecoin saved Dogecoin in 2014 on 9/11, by the way, which was last week. So on 9/11, Dogecoin switched to merge mine with Litecoin. And what powerful, influential, richest person on the earth supports Dogecoin? Do you know?
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yes,
He still might be gone. It's Elon. So Elon supports.
Apologies, everybody. I use a diesel generator, a gasoline generator to power my home, and it went off.
Oh yeah.
You can imagine that, like, and you see the lights went dark because it went off.
Yeah.
I had to go tilt the generator a little bit so I could put it on. It's probably gonna go off in like another 30, 40 minutes. But I've sent my partner. She's gonna go help me get some gasoline so we can keep going. I don't know how this is even possible because I bought a lot of gasoline 3 days ago and I've not used it. And it's gone. Someone probably tapped my gasoline.
Your neighbor siphoned it out.
Yeah. I don't know how that is possible because I have not used it at all. About $5 worth of gasoline gone. That's supposed to be 12 hours of electricity, but that's gone. And like it just went off in an hour. But That's so strange. Shout out to Nigeria. Hey, it's the way.
Yeah, you got to. You need to start posting your MWeb address, and people can donate Litecoin to you to pay your gas fees.
No, I'm working on 24/7 electricity. I'm just like we're almost there, but like we're gonna like get it set up as soon as possible, so like all this electricity problem goes away. But yeah, we're just gonna continue. We're talking about Elon.
Yeah, so what do you think about Elon supporting Dogecoin? When you think of that, does that help Bitcoin or does that help Litecoin?
It helps Litecoin. Absolutely. 100%. 100% helps Litecoin, so not Bitcoin. Yes.
Is it possible without saying it that perhaps Elon thinks Litecoin's a better Bitcoin?
It goes without saying. It's impossible. Okay, let's put it like this, right? This is my own thinking. Now, first of all, there's no way Elon knows about Dogecoin to the extent to which he loves Dogecoin so much that he has not heard about Litecoin. Because even at the very fundamental, Dogecoin is a fork of Litecoin. So at least he should have heard about Litecoin on that level, right? Yeah. And he talked about setting up a mining rig, Dogecoin a couple of years back with the first kids. Yes. And I'm like, yeah, you mine Dogecoin as a child chain. Definitely Litecoin was the parent chain while you were mining, right? So it's okay. It's going up again.
Oh my God. Oh, he's gone.
No, I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. So yeah, I mean, if one could think about it like that, if one could think about it like that, it's not very far-fetched to then go ahead and say, like, by extension, if he supports Litecoin, right? I mean, you support Dogecoin, about you've merged mined Dogecoin and Litecoin. Definitely, he's definitely seen the stats, because like all the stats of Litecoin are very objective. Like there's very little mimetic going on with Litecoin and more of like fundamental statistics. And there's just and considering he's someone who's like very logical and very intelligent guy, like there's no way he's gonna see that and just ignore it. And that's the
Is
way
he
I
a?
perceive it. There's no way.
Mhm. Do you see Elon as like a short-term thinker or more like a strategic thinker?
Yeah, I see him. I see him. I see him more like a strategic thinker because, like, Elon, again, if you remember the day Elon bought Bitcoin, I don't know anybody who was like, if anyone in the audience, if you were there that day, then you remember that he made a statement, and that statement is, "I'm a little late to the party." I don't know if anyone can remember that conversation where he was in spaces and it's like, oh yeah, he's a little late to the party. When he bought his first Bitcoin, that was when Tesla bought the first Bitcoin around 30 something thousand for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, if Elon's late to the party for Bitcoin, right? And he definitely mines Dogecoin, and he's seeing the fact that like the statistics when it comes to like network adoption for Litecoin just continues to
Yeah.
go up while the price stalls. There is no way that I could logically conceive a situation where he's just going to ignore that entirely. And the manifestation of that is the fact that like your account suddenly magically got restored the day after my, the interview with 84 million came out, where I talked about
Yeah.
how instrumental you were
It
to
was
helping me
perfect
understand
timing.
like
Yeah.
perfect timing, right? Someone might have been watching. I mean, I'm gonna put on a tinfoil hat and say maybe Elon was watching. Who knows,
Well,
right?
the other, yeah, he may have been. The other thing that's pretty cool about this is, and you're from there. So where was Charlie Lee born, and where was Charlie Lee born, and where was Elon born?
Oh yeah, Charlie was born in Ivory Coast. Elon definitely South Africa. So like, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
pretty cool. Yeah,
in the African continent, and that's where you
yeah,
are, right?
yeah,
So that's kind of fascinating, also. The other thing that Elon does is just kind of fun. It's just fun. This is there's nothing really to think into this, but he has these master plans. So what if the master plan is that Litecoin is a better Bitcoin?
yeah,
He's working
and
on
that would
master
make
plan 4
absolute
right now.
sense, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can
He is,
meme
and
it.
he keeps posting these little hints and all. I definitely believe to a very high degree of certainty that like Elon is, so definitely at least aware of Litecoin, and like I'm not gonna be
Yeah,
surprised if it comes out tomorrow to stat. Like I don't see a situation where Litecoin starts like performing price wise, and we don't see Elon say something.
yeah. And what I'm wondering is, if he does say something, it's only going to add to the catalyst that people are going to question, like, what is Bitcoin, and then what is Litecoin, right? So that's really going to,
Yeah,
and Elon loves this fate loves irony kind of stuff. And there's some things he's done
yeah,
against Bitcoiners where, he actually flew over the Bitcoin conference in 24. He was supposed to be a special
yeah.
guest. He flew over, it landed in Memphis, and then a couple of days later, he actually removed the Bitcoin little symbol, the little hash flag on X. He removed it.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
He's joked with Bitcoin maxis before. He said, "How many light bulbs does it
How many
take to
Bitcoin?
change?"
How many
Yeah,
Bitcoin?
yeah, something like that. Maxis does it take
How
to
many
change a light
Bitcoin
bulb?
maxes does it take to change a light bulb? To screw a light bulb. That because like
Yeah,
that's the joke is to screw.
and you have
All right.
light in there, So, you know,
Yeah. I believe like because I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna. There's still another alt season tour that cuts into Casper. I want to do a deep dive into Casper at some point because like I feel like what they might not really understand is like there's no need for Casper with Litecoin and Lightning, and the Fidelity report like just says it very very clearly that like you could get into like Litecoin and Lightning for like a thousandth the cost of like Bitcoin of getting to like Bitcoin and Lightning, which just sounds to me like Litecoin already won the like Lightning race. Like Lightning is definitely gonna like get big on Litecoin, but I want to see that get pushed more. I want to see that get implemented more. I feel like that like absolutely cements our position in like what we're trying to do, like being not just store of value, but like the global capacity level store of value. So yeah, that's just something I felt like I should talk about. So you want to talk about some other TA, or should we move over to like talking about news and like fundamental analysis?
yeah. I only have maybe 10 more minutes. Let's just talk about something else.
Okay.
Yeah, no more technical analysis. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about we're just gonna move. I think what's next here is for us to talk about the news, right? The interesting things that I'm just going to talk about the news, and then I'm going to ask for your opinion, what you see, how you see that, how important you see that as being. So I'm just going to share my entire screen. um, a little
Okay.
bit, because in case you're new, in case you're just coming to the show, welcome to the alt season tour. And today I'm here with Master BTC LTC. In case you don't know who he is the largest Litecoin related account on X, Litecoin related outlet on X, besides the Litecoin official account and the Litecoin Foundation. So he is extremely important, extremely instrumental Litecoin person, and I'm very honored to have him here. So we're just going to go ahead and talk about a few Litecoin news that has been happening. Because in case you do not know, Litecoin has actually been doing a lot, right? Litecoin has been doing a lot of really important stuff, right? Litecoin is quite frankly taking over, but not a lot of people are paying attention to that. So we're just gonna go over that, and we're just gonna talk about it. So one of the news that happened recently, I just have to go. I think this is it. No, no, no.
Are
Is this?
you want to show your screen?
Okay, yeah. So
I'll leave it
the
like
latest
this.
news that actually hit yesterday. It's not. Hello. Yes, I want to show my screen. Is my screen not showing?
Yeah, it's not showing.
Oh my God, I didn't show my screen. I thought I'd added it to the stage. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yep.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see you. Yep.
Okay, boom. SEC approved the generic listing standards that will clear the way for spot crypto ETFs to launch without going through all the BS every time on the Section 33 Act, so long as they all have futures on Coinbase, which currently includes about 12 to 15 coins. So this massive news that just came out just cleared the pathways, not just for Litecoin, for literally every single coin that has a Coinbase future, like going back a while. And that means that we are actually definitely going to be seeing a Litecoin ETF start trading any moment from now. So, like, what you think about that? Like, how bullish do you think this is gonna be with regards to the Litecoin price on the very short term time frame?
I think it's good news. I mean, the market's kind of been expecting a Litecoin ETF to get approved in October, right? October 2nd through like the 15th. So that's kind of brought that
Yeah,
timeline up a little bit.
yeah,
So there's three ETF Litecoins, like 100% Litecoin that's out there, applications, and then
yeah,
there's like a fourth and a fifth that have a little bit. Essentially,
yeah,
today or yesterday, excuse me, all those by default are basically approved because they're holding Litecoin,
yeah,
which meets the framework. So now we're just waiting for. You saw the GDLC, which is like has
yeah,
five assets, the top five or whatever from Grayscale. That got
yeah.
approved today.
Grayscale. Oh wow.
I guess I shouldn't say approved. It's just Nasdaq listed it, and so and then last week Grayscale they this was the weird part. So Grayscale did an amendment where they wanted to uplist all of their Grayscale products, and we were like, what are they doing? Well, now it makes sense because now Nasdaq can just list all those products, right? So I
Yeah.
think it's possible that you could see Litecoin ETFs, as early as tomorrow,
Yeah.
and probably
Yeah.
most likely by next week. I don't see why you
Mm,
wouldn't see them in the next week or two.
yeah.
Um,
I have my
everything's already in place for Litecoin. Yeah,
yeah. I think Monday.
yeah, Monday would make sense. Yeah.
Monday would make sense. Yeah, because like I don't see them dropping it like midweek. It's
The
definitely gonna make
the
sense
other
on
cool
Monday.
part, the other cool part now is that it's not going to take too much time and effort for these other really big uh, issuers to submit a Litecoin, get Litecoin listed, and that would be like Bitwise, Van Eck, BlackRock, Fidelity. Um, there's a couple others, but those now they don't have to go through the approval process. They can just get them
Yeah.
trading. So what you'd want to do is we'd want to. It really doesn't matter, I guess, once you get one or two out there, but if you watch the DTCC tickers, when they go claim tickers, they got to claim the tickers before they get listed. So you'll be able to
Oh
know
yeah,
if BlackRock's going to be coming, because they're just big. They control all the assets. That's
yeah. And I
you
feel
know.
like seeing. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if you get a BlackRock Litecoin ETF, that's going to bring a lot of capital into Litecoin because they're going to sell. And the Bitcoin one's been out there since 24, right? January, I think is when it was, January, February of
Yeah,
24. So it'll almost have 2
yeah.
years under its belt. They've been making money off of that product. So, turning on a Litecoin one and running another whatever 2 years or so, there's an incentive for them to do that potentially. I
Absolutely,
mean, I'd do it if I
absolutely.
worked there.
And yeah, and like which is very strange coincidence. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull up and just show. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, so just going into a little bit of dubious speculation, it's such a strange coincidence that uh the top altcoins right now that have been positioned for ETFs, and I'm not saying this means anything, but like Litecoin is the only one that like BlackRock has done any like article on, and it's still there even though the article is like a little
Yeah,
dated, right? It's like 2014 or something, but like that like
2014.
counts for something, right? I mean, it should definitely say that like
Yeah,
Litecoin is definitely in your radar. And I'm just gonna, yeah, 2014, I'm just gonna pull that up right now so like the live viewers can
that's a good
see it.
idea.
That if
Yeah.
you go on BlackRock and then you go search, yeah, you go search Litecoin, you're definitely gonna see something about Litecoin. And you're gonna see what y'all are gonna see what happens when I do that with like XRP and Solana. You could see this is January 6, 2014. First Bitcoin, now Litecoin. Will cryptocurrency overtake Bitcoin this year? This makes me like put on a tinfoil hat when I see how suppressed Litecoin is. I'm like, Litecoin is
Yeah.
definitely in this people's radar. I'm not saying this happened, right? But I'm just imagining me being BlackRock, right? If I was BlackRock and I'm like, I really want to get the best position asset in terms of like every single thing. How am I gonna get it? I'm not just gonna keep blasting the price up. I'm probably gonna sit on the price a little bit and try to like get it out of the hands of people, because like Litecoin was very fairly distributed, right? There was no pre-sale or pre-mine that they could just find a way to grab hold of a lot of the supply. The only way they could probably get a lot of supply was to get like a very long crew consolidation. And that's the only way, because like the only way they could get it, it's either they mine it or they buy it off the open market. So like that's why I feel like the idea that Litecoin's being suppressed is not very far-fetched. It's very logical if you think about all the people that have Litecoin in their radar. And there's also another article from Wired, but I'm going to go ahead and go to XRP, and you see there's nothing about XRP. We're going to check Solana, and there's nothing about Solana. And this is just telling me that, I mean, it's not saying they're definitely 100%. There's not evidence that they're going to list Litecoin, but it's just saying they are very aware of Litecoin. And we could see what happened a couple of weeks ago where I think it's the CIO. I don't know if it's particularly CIO, but a very important person in BlackRock came out and made it very clear that they are not launching an XRP or Solana ETF.
Oh, they did
But
say
they
that.
didn't
You're
say
right.
anything about a Litecoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't say anything
Well,
about Litecoin.
remember, that's a good point. Remember, well, if you look at the BlackRock ETF filing for Bitcoin, it actually calls out Litecoin. Remember
Yes,
that?
it does. It does. They
Yeah.
all the
Yeah.
Bitcoin ETF filings call out Litecoin, and they have that very peculiar wording where they say,
Rival or
Litecoin users
something,
of
or
Litecoin, yeah, that they could have like ill will towards Bitcoin, and then they could try
yeah,
to
ill
negatively
will.
affect ill will. And like I'm like,
It's
why
strange.
is all of them trying? It's so strange, right? Well, like why are they? Because like Litecoin has only done anything from the beginning with regards to its relationship with Bitcoin. It's only ever tried
It
to
helps
foster
it.
a positive relationship to help Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I feel like Bitcoin desperately needs Litecoin to get up there, because like
It
when you
does.
have
Yeah.
when you have Bitcoin
You
as number one and Litecoin as number three, right? It sort of
Yeah.
like validates the Nakamoto consensus, the Nakamoto standard, and like it makes Bitcoin, have more weight to it, and people are not gonna keep saying that, oh, Bitcoin is just this glorified, meme. It's just writing off the mimetic of being the first mover, because like people then understand, oh, the Nakamoto standard actually has like weight, and it's, and that is what I see happening. So like I'm gonna throw my hat in the, I'm gonna keep saying it. I feel like BlackRock, Litecoin is, in my opinion, the third ETF we're going to see BlackRock lists, and I see that probably
That's a bold
happening when
call.
Litecoin starts. Very possible, because they made it very
Mhm.
clear they are not listing XRP, Solana ETFs, but they didn't
You
say
know,
anything
and now
about
now
Black.
that you think about it, in that filing, that section is probably under a risk, right? So they're letting their
Yeah.
investors know that there's a risk of Litecoin competing against Bitcoin. That way, that if they
Yes.
do get if Litecoin does skyrocket for whatever reason, and it happens, then they can go, oh look, no, 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 we told you guys in our filing that there was a potential for Litecoin to compete against Bitcoin. They're
Yes,
protected.
and yes, and it does say that, in the event of a hard fork, they get to decide what Bitcoin fork to support. I know that has nothing. That might not necessarily be directly talking about Litecoin. Probably talking about in case maybe Bitcoin. Ends up having a fork
Yeah,
and goes to proof of stake, because like Bitcoin's proof of work right now is not sustainable. Nowhere near as much as how Litecoin, how we're sustainable, because considering we have merge mining, right? And like, so like in case Bitcoin is, that might have more to do with Bitcoin probably switching to proof of stake or something, but
sure.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's just very, very, very interesting wording for them to like be very, leaving those doors open. And so I want us to talk about more institutional adoption that's been happening. Open Bank, they launched a cryptocurrency trading service. In case you don't know what Open Bank is, it's I think it's a subdivision of Santander Bank, which is a very large bank, one of the largest in Europe. And so they are now offering customers in Germany the ability to buy, sell, and hold Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Polygon, and Cardano. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts? What you think about it? Because like this is now, it keeps happening over and
Well, the
over.
nice thing about
When
this is that typically Litecoin's included, it has the lowest market cap, right? So there's something there.
Yeah, there's something there. And like, Polygon definitely has a much lower market cap, but in Poly is like, it's a layer two, right? And that's not saying anything against Polygon, but like, yeah, and we can sort of like look at that and look at the fact that, like, Litecoin is definitely one of the only three assets in Fidelity's digital
Fidelity.
assets. And
Yeah.
those that are just watching, you could see, in case you don't know, Litecoin is one of only three assets that are that is actually available if you wanted to buy,
Right.
purchase a crypto IRA with Fidelity. And in case you don't know what Fidelity is a $6.4 trillion asset manager. 6.4
Yeah.
trillion-dollar asset manager. And one of the largest asset managers in the world, they go ahead and decided that they're going to start allowing cryptocurrency IRA products, and they allow Litecoin over most of the other coins that are being talked about. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. And like, what do you think about like the people, right, that see these happen, right? They see Litecoin being always included in the top three. Like whenever any large organization is trying to integrate crypto, it's always like the Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, or Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and sometimes Bitcoin Cash. And then they just say, oh, these are just Dino coins that are being included. Like, doesn't this like make you feel like, people are like the stories always, history always writes itself in very funny ways. Like everyone, like the same pattern of how people see obvious things, and like they decide to just find a reason to invalidate the thesis that is not logical, even though the signs are very clear, right? So
Mhm.
what you have to say about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I think what it shows is that it just represents the massive divergence from market cap compared to its adoption, right? So Litecoin is being adopted on those big platforms, like you mentioned,
Exactly.
Fidelity. Even on Fidelity, you can actually transfer Litecoin into your account now. It's only for large accounts, so not everyone has access yet, but
Oh, wow.
you actually can send Litecoin in, sell it, go buy a security, stock or whatever. Um, and so it's
Wow.
it's secretly there, and people just don't realize it. The only thing that's been happening is basically price just has just been compressed, stuck down a lot lower. So
Yeah.
people are using price as their measurement for success, which that is somewhat a good signal, but you want to look at all the adoption that's happening with Litecoin, and then
Yeah.
price will probably follow that network adoption at
Yeah.
some point. So
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we're at a good stopping
Definitely.
point. It's 5 o'clock.
Okay, so yeah, that's good. So I guess I'm just gonna continue this segment while we let me just do the shout out, so you can exit the stream. So I just want to give a huge shout out to Master BTC LTC for joining us on the stream. Master, I am absolutely grateful for you joining here, and for you being able to share your technical analysis, your perspectives, and everything with the live audience. This
Yeah.
has been incredible, and I'm very grateful, honestly, because like you're someone who you get very pointless hate online in this space, which I sometimes I don't get it. I mean, it's not the majority. Like most people like you, but like there are always the few loud
Yeah.
ones that do not like you, and some of them do have their objective reasons why they disagree, which is respectful. But like a lot of
Yeah,
these are
absolutely.
disagreements. They are like a lot of them are just like you know I don't know exactly how to categorize them, besides them just being people just thinking these things can never really happen, that you're saying, like, for no other reasons. Like, I mean, why should it keep going up there? Like, people are just trying to be quote unquote
Yeah.
realistic, and that's literally the only objection I keep
Yeah.
seeing, rather than a logical argument for why the network value model does not justify that, and whatever. And so yeah, it's really nice having to hear your perspective. And there's definitely in case you're watching, all our live viewers, there's gonna be an open conversation segment in this where anybody can join and talk. So if you've heard anything from Master, you feel like you might have an objection or an addition, you can definitely join in later and you can talk about that. So Master, I'm very grateful that you joined us. You're an absolutely wonderful person.
Yeah, thank
And
you. Let me say
it's
something before I go. I will just say that thank you very much for inviting me on your show. And, I really
oh you're welcome.
appreciate you coming onto the scene, making all those free master videos. I do think that
Oh
you
yeah.
contributed to getting my account restored, plus your high energy. One thing I
Yeah.
was just speaking with somebody else earlier before we got on here. I was just thinking to myself, like, you're extremely bright. And I don't know how long you've been paying attention to this stuff, but you've picked up almost everything to a T, and you can explain it really clearly and articulately. And I think that's really an impressive skill that you have. And so I'm excited to see where you're going to go in
Thank
the future.
Oh, thank you, man. You inspired me. It was only natural that I had to do the free master video. I was particularly offended when your account got taken down. I was speaking with my partner. I was very, very, very pissed. Like, I literally had to start the challenge because you're very instrumental, more than anyone could think. Like, I mean, people are just gonna say, "Oh, you're calling for this price targets," and they're only anger is that you're not being quote unquote realistic, whatever that means. But what they're not understanding is, like, you're stirring up the conversation. I mean, just imagine someone sees your model and like wants to prove you wrong, and
Good
that
luck.
sort of like drives them to like learn about the chain. That's a win, in my opinion. And like, I feel like you're extremely invaluable to this space. And man, 100% always here to support, always here to root for you. I'm a huge fan, huge supporter of yours, and of Earn Not Gifted. I'm going to talk about Earn Not Gifted later. So man, it's a
Yeah.
real honor. And I'll be very I'll be starting the light hour show next week. So
Yeah.
whenever you want to join in, man, you're
Yeah.
always a
I'll
welcome
jump back
guest
in.
whenever you feel like.
Absolutely.
Of course. Of course, man.
Count on it. Let's do it.
All right, man.
See you, my friend.
It's been a
Have a
wonderful
good rest of the
one,
show.
man. See you. Have a great day. Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Yeah. Okay, so that was Master BTC LTC. In case you do not know him, again, I'm gonna give a quick recap. Master BTC LTC is one of the largest Litecoin related outlets, the largest Litecoin related outlet on X that is not that is not the Litecoin official account or the the Litecoin Foundation account. So he's definitely an incredible person. I have to just pull his page up here so everyone can go follow him in case you are not following him. I'm a huge supporter of Master. I believe Master is someone that everyone should, at least pay attention to some of the things he's saying, because like a lot of the things he's given at the end of the day are objective conversation, and you have your right to be, to go against what it's saying, but like, it can like stir that conversation in you to try to like learn about this thing. This is Master BTC LTC, everyone, in case you're just joining in case you just watch the segment and you want to follow him, you want to, engage with his post. This is it, Master BTC LTC. You can go follow him on X and you can engage with his post. And trust me, you're not going to hate it. You're actually going to learn something. You're going to actually get some insight. And I also want to do a little bit more shout out. I want to talk about my friend, Earned Not Gifted. In case you do not know, Earned Not Gifted is actually one of the largest Litecoin related shows. He has a YouTube channel and an X page. He does a 24/7 continuous stream, Litecoin themed, about Litecoin on YouTube. You definitely need to check this guy out. He is a phenomenon. And he explains Litecoin on YouTube in the way that actually demonstrates Litecoin as money, the monetary aspects of Litecoin, how Litecoin can actually end up expanding as a monetary instrument. And that is why he is extremely important, extremely instrumental. If you're trying to learn about Litecoin, if you want to learn about Litecoin from an objective standpoint, he's someone you definitely need to check out. So this is his YouTube page. You should go subscribe. You can watch his 24/7 live Litecoin show, and you're definitely not gonna regret it. He does so many important videos as well. He talks about Litecoin from a very fundamental perspective, and it's definitely gonna not just expand your understanding of Litecoin, but your understanding of Bitcoin, your understanding of money. And that is definitely someone worth checking out. And I'm just going to do a few more shout outs. I want to give a shout out to 84 million. In case you like the merch I'm wearing, you should go check out 84 million store. They actually are the ones that are, they give me this merch. They are, oh my God, I just fat finger. What is even that? 84. So 84 million. 84 million. I just got to pull that out. Yeah, so 84 million, they are responsible for the merch I'm wearing. In case you like it or you want to get any cool merch, you can go to 84million.com. You can actually, buy really good merch from there. And I'm just going to pull that up here so y'all can see. So this is 84 million. You could see they have their store. You could see that. Okay, I just going to pull up the shop. So this is it, the shop at 84 million. You could go there and you could shop for really nice Litecoin related apparels, right? You want to buy Litecoin related shirt, you're feeling the vibe, you want to buy a hat, any merchandise related to Litecoin, you have to you can go there, you can buy. You can see there's really nice hats on 84million.com. You're gonna love them. You definitely need to check them out. And this limited edition shirts and some other ones, right? You can see there's other wonderful shirts. In case you want them, you can go to the 84 million store and you can definitely go get them. And they also have wonderful Litecoin stickers. I have some of these stickers, and you can see they have an interactive bot here that can actually like help you go through your order. Everything is wonderful with 84 million. They make the whole process of buying and delivering Litecoin merch very seamless, right? And they really have a lot of great stuff in their catalog. You definitely want to check out. You definitely want to buy, and will definitely look good on you, because I'm putting on one right now and I could confirm to you that this is stuff of the highest quality, right? And just so you know, when you get something from 84 million, you're definitely going to be interacting directly with Kyle or one of the representatives there, and they're definitely very user friendly. They are definitely very communicative and very interactive with whoever is buying anything from them. So they have the best support in trying to get your order to you. So definitely you need to check them out, 84million.com/shop. And also, if you want to check out their their podcast, the 84 million podcast is also there. They have a podcast that talks, they host some of the most influential people in the Litecoin space, and you could see them. They had a conversation with Litecoin founder Charlie Lee here, and that's a very interesting podcast, a very interesting conversation. If you want to watch that, you're gonna watch that. They also have other conversations. For example, they have one with me, and this is it, and this was the one that I had with 84 million, and you could just see that in case you want to actually follow the conversation and listen to some of the brightest minds about Litecoin, you should go check out the 84 million podcast on YouTube, and you could just see that, right? You could see the channel. You need to go sub to your channel, and you could just follow along the conversation. You could listen to all the very interesting people, very intelligent and interesting people. And yeah, that is one shout out. And I'm going to give one final shout out to my friend CryptoCom. A very huge shout out to Crypto.com and Azteclit VMCR. You should follow him. Huge shout out to him. But yeah, shout out to Crypto.com.ltc. She's a very good friend of mine. She's someone that is actually very, very active Litecoiner. She shares a lot of interesting information about Litecoin in case you want to follow the conversation. She constantly talks about Litecoin and some things in relation to Litecoin. In case you are curious about Litecoin, you definitely should follow. And there are also others that I also want to highlight, like Aldo. And Aldo actually is one of Litecoin's biggest KOLs, and he talks about very fundamental aspects of Litecoin that in case you want to learn about, in case you want to know about, you definitely should be following Aldo. And you could see Aldo Lighthouse, definitely worth a follow. If you want to follow another a Litecoiner that can actually give you a very solid intel, right? You want to know exactly what's happening in Litecoin whenever, then that person is this cover Litecoin Matt Solid. He goes the extra length to try to bring out the most hidden Litecoin information. In case you want to watch that, you want to follow the conversation, you want to know whenever something happens with Litecoin before it hits the mainstream news, you definitely should be following this guy, Discover Litecoin. So yeah, that's a couple of shout-outs, a few shout-outs I wanted to give before we continued this show. And so Ernad Gift, that is amazing. Yes, everyone should follow him. Thank you very much, Crypto.com. Thank you very much. You're a wonderful person. I really appreciate your constant support of me. And shout out to the general Litecoin community. Hey, if I have not shouted you out, it's just because of time. It doesn't mean you're not that important. You're definitely very important. Every single person in the Litecoin community is definitely extremely important. And I'm very, very grateful for this community, because this is a community that makes me feel at home. I'm very much in love with every single thing I do. Just having to have this conversation about Litecoins are one of the things that make my life more spiced up. You believe that or you don't, right? Because people are going to think Litecoin is very boring. But once you understand, it's definitely the most exciting thing, and one that is definitely going to teach you patience, understanding. And it's a community full of very lovely people, and it's a very homely vibe, a lot of very mature conversation. So shout out to every single person that's in the Litecoin community. I love every single one of you. So what we're gonna go into next is we're gonna be going into Litecoin fundamental analysis. I know we've overshot some of the time, but yeah, we definitely need to check Litecoin fundamental analysis. And when we're talking about Litecoin fundamental analysis, we're gonna be approaching it from two angles. We're gonna be talking about the bullish drivers for Litecoin, and these are like the things, the development that's been happening, right? Like, the IRAs, the ETFs, and all of that. And we're definitely going to be talking about the network growth that Litecoin has actually been experiencing. We're going to compare Litecoin to other proof of work chains, because most people don't understand that because Litecoin is proof of work, you cannot value it the same way you can value other proof of stake chains. But before the market finally realizes, before the market finally wakes up to this idea, this fact, I'm going to explain it to everyone here so everyone catches up and everyone understands this very basic fundamental understanding of how bullish Litecoin is, both in terms of its expansion as a monetary asset and in terms of how high the price can go. But before I go into that, we're just going to go on a little break, and I will see everyone in about a minute. Okay, so we're just going to go on a little break, guys. I'm definitely going to be here 1 minute, and I'll be back.
Altcoin bag holders, my name is Rafael Yeager. I'm addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits.
Yes, guys, welcome back to the altcoin season tour. I am your host, Rafael, the founder and owner of the Philippine Finance page. So I'm just going to show you all what the Philippine Finance page is. This is the Philippine Finance page. We are the finance and crypto entertainment page for you in case you want to catch the alt season tour. This is a show that we're definitely hosting every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and we're definitely going to be going across the top 200, some of the top 200 altcoins in the space. We're definitely going to be talking about a lot of things about them, right? Giving my opinion, having open discussions with the community, and just trying to understand what these things are and understand the differences between them and these trends. So, if you want to catch the alt season tour at this tour, then you definitely should be following the Flipping Finance on X. You definitely need to follow us. And in case you want to learn a lot of things about Litecoin, you want to learn a lot about the broader market, of course, we're going to be expanding eventually to be talking about general economic stuff. And the goal of this page is to be able to create a page that can actually help educate Gen Z in a way that we can actually end up, securing our financial future while also entertaining everybody and keeping everything fun and active. And that's the whole idea, because that's something that is definitely lacking in this space. A lot of the crypto shows around, they're very boring. Everyone is boring, everyone is boomer, and I'm Gen Z, and that's the difference. That's the difference. I'm sure of that. Anyway, so that's it. Follow us, the Flipping Finance. You can follow me here on X. You can actually watch on you can follow the stream on YouTube. You can follow the stream on Twitch if that's what you want to follow. So I'm just going to show y'all the YouTube channel in case you want to follow the conversation. So that's just going to come up a little bit. You can sub to the channel because now the channel is new. We're definitely just in the development process of that. But yeah, you can definitely go and subscribe. You can join the show whenever. If you're the type of person that actually joins shows from YouTube, definitely going to enjoy that. We definitely also have a Twitch link here. You can go check it out. And just in case you want to join the conversation, you can also join the alt season conversations through Twitch in case that is your own preferred way of consuming live stream media. So now we're moving into the section that I call Litecoin fundamental analysis. So Litecoin fundamental analysis, you keep seeing people talking about how Litecoin is extremely bullish, but you don't understand why they keep saying Litecoin is extremely bullish, right? I'm going to explain it in a way that is extremely simple that you will understand it in case you're someone who have never heard anything about crypto before and you're just seeing Litecoin. You have a very basic understanding of crypto, just like myself. You're definitely gonna understand it to the T why Litecoin is about to not just go on a tear with regards to price, but about to redefine everything that is happening in this space with regards to how people value things and how people understand proof of work assets and pretty much the differences between all of these things. Litecoin is definitely going on a revolutionary run. I'm going to explain that right now. So before I start, I want to explain again a quick recap what Litecoin is. Litecoin is the money. Litecoin is a copy of Bitcoin's code. It's not a fork of Bitcoin. It's a copy in the sense that the founder of Litecoin saw that Bitcoin cannot expand. It cannot process enough transactions, and it really can't expand to being a very, very good monetary asset. So he created Litecoin so that people can have a lighter way to be able to transact and to be able to operate and use money, the best form of cryptocurrencies that exist. And the result of that is a currency that literally costs less than a penny if you want to transact with it. Yes. Believe it or you don't. I know a lot of people have never seen it before, but if you go try using Litecoin on chain, a transaction on Litecoin, regardless of how much you want to transfer, it's not going to cost you a penny. If it costs you a penny, I'm going to do a refund for whatever difference the fees cost you. I'm going to refund it to you. You're going to send me a Litecoin address. But I'm very serious. Extremely cheap to transact with Litecoin, and Litecoin has been growing silently in the background while Bitcoin continues to lose a lot of dominance with regards to its own user metrics, because the usage of Bitcoin is not really expanding. And these are things that I am about to talk about. So before I talk about Litecoin's fundamental analysis, I definitely have to show every single person the price of Litecoin. So I just have to show my screen. Okay. Now you can see this wonderful chart. Full disclosure, I am not a certified market technician. So definitely what I am just doing here is dubious speculation, of course. And so you will just have to bear with the very easy. I want to make this in as simple as possible. So if there's anything that is very obvious here, you can actually see that while most people have been saying Litecoin is dead, if you open your eyes a little bit, you will see that Litecoin has actually been consolidating in this range. So what a consolidation means for people that are actually like not very knowledgeable about the market like myself, it simply means the price is moving in a particular range where interested people are buying it away from the hands of people that are giving up, aka people are persistently paper handing this asset into the hands of people that are interested in it. And what usually happens after a consolidation, you can see what happened right here. Litecoin had this move in 2014 where it definitely went up and it did a peak of $56, and we had this brutal bear market, and we sort of like found consolidation between 2015 and 2017, and you could see how we grinded there for a couple of years, and then Litecoin went on an explosive run which peaked around December 2017, and then we fell back down. And you see, while a lot of people have been focusing on the fact that Litecoin's price has not been moving, what we've actually been seeing is just consolidation. So you can draw the channel. Some people draw the channel to make a perfect triangle like this. I'm not a fan of that because, of course, it leaves this touches. It doesn't really account for those touches. So probably the most accurate way to do it is to expand it a little bit so that you can at least count for these two touches and like sort of like the week here. And so you can just see that whatever way you even look at it, it still forms the same general pattern of consolidation. So what has been happening in this time where Litecoin's price has been consolidating here? So originally, when you see an asset consolidate like this, for example, like a crypto, you should expect that the network of the crypto, right, the adoption of the cryptocurrency should be stalling, right? Because that's what makes sense. If something is going to be moving very frustratingly like this, it definitely should mean that to a point, right, to some extent, the network shouldn't be network shouldn't be going that great. But what happens when we look at Litecoin's network? So we're just going to go ahead and look at it, so we can see that over the past 3 years, since October 2022, the Litecoin network hash rate, in case you don't know what hash rate means, it means all of the computing power that's going in to securing the Litecoin network. And the Litecoin hash rate has gone from 442 terahashes to about 3 petahashes, right? You could see sort of like peaked around 3 petahashes, and sort of it's going around that 2.9 petahashes today. And what does this mean? This means that the Litecoin hash rate, the number of computing power that's going into securing the Litecoin network, has gone up almost 10 times since October 2022. And we're going to look at what Litecoin's price was in October of 2022. And you could just see that in October of 2022, where are you, October of 2022? Yep. The price in October of 2022 was around $58, and we're just about 2 times above what we were when the amount of computing power going in to secure the network was about 10 times less. And you can see that shows that Litecoin's price has been going through a consolidation that is completely dissociated from the price, right? The price is actually just choppy, while that is dissociated from the network, right? Because the price is going choppy, but the network continues to grow in strength. And the reason why I overlay Litecoin and Dogecoin here is because, in case you do not know, Litecoin and Dogecoin are secured through merge mining. And what this means is that you can mine Litecoin and Dogecoin together without using any extra computing power. An easy way to put this is this: if you want to mine Bitcoin uses SHA-256. Just imagine Bitcoin speaks a language called SHA-256. Imagine that's the language you use to mine it. That's an easy way to put it. So other assets that use SHA-256 are Bitcoin Cash. Now, if you want to mine Bitcoin Cash and you're a Bitcoin miner, you will need two different computers that speak SHA-256 for you to be able to mine both of them. You can't do both of them at the same time with one. You'd have to pick one. But Litecoin and Dogecoin, on the other hand, they speak the language called Scrypt. And if you want to mine it and you have a miner that speaks the Scrypt language, then definitely you will be able to mine both Litecoin and Dogecoin with one mining computer at the same time. And that is why you can see that their network security has been rising in tandem. And that's one of the beautiful things that allows the Litecoin network to be more secure and more sustainable than the Bitcoin network. And that's a very, very wonderful thing about Litecoin that doesn't get talked about a lot. So we're going to move in. And so, yeah, point is, hash rate to the right, price stalls, and that shows that Litecoin is definitely gaining some grounds network-wise. We're going to move in and then we're going to look at what's happening with the transactions of Litecoin. And we can see what's happened over the last 3 years. We've seen all of these other, I'm going to simplify it to some of the most notable competitions, right? So these are some of the most notable competitions with regards to proof of work. So a quick explanation of what proof of work is. Proof of work coins are coins that the only way to get them into supply is to mine them. That is a proof of work coins. They were not allocated to anybody. They were not given to anybody. They were simply mined into existence. There's no team allocation. There's no team tokenomics. There's no vesting schedule. The only way to get your hands on one, you either buy a mining machine or you buy from the market. So they are fairly distributed and they actually have a very objective fundamental claim to being money, to being called something that you can consider gold or silver to be. Because the only way you can actually lay your hands on gold or silver is to mine or to buy, because there's no manufacturer of gold or silver. Maybe if Newton had invented alchemy, would have seen gold manufacturers, but alchemy is not a thing yet. So no, you can't buy gold the same way you cannot. You can't manufacture gold the same way you can't manufacture Litecoin or Bitcoin. So they're different from things like your Solanas, like your Ethereum, like your Suis, your Cardanos, because those are the things they were pre-created and pre-distributed to some people in exchange for money. So those things are tokens and not money. Because they do not come through the subjective distribution phase of proof of work. And another thing about proof of work is that the network is being secured by the users of the network, like the active users of the network called the miners. These people that are bringing the supply into circulation are the ones that end up securing the network, which makes the network more robust, very difficult to hack, because the only way you can hack a proof of work coin network is to gain control of 51% of the network, hash power, which is not very easy to get done. And even if you get it, it's not very easy to maintain. It's extremely expensive to maintain. So it makes it very, very, very unattractive to try to hack them. But for proof of stake coins, well, proof of stake networks, there's no really clear, security model to them. We don't really know. We just sort of like hope they're safe, because we've not been proven otherwise yet. But yeah, proof of work is an objective way to know just how safe they are. It's called it's something where they secure the Byzantines general's problem, but I'm not going into all that technical stuff. I just want to explain the difference between things like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Bitcoin Cash, Monero versus things like Solana and Ethereum. So you can think about Solana and Ethereum and this other proof of stake coins. You can think of them as more of tokens to help boost network participation, which is not bad. I'm not against proof of stake. I'm actually a supporter of a lot of proof of stake. However, they are not money, and I'm a huge believer in crypto being the future of money. Therefore, I am a big believer in Litecoin, while I continue to support all the proof of stake networks that are actually trying to create different use cases. So now, amongst the proof of work network that actually have an objective claim to being money with fair distribution and all of that, we can see that this is the transaction per day that all of them have been posting over the last 3 years. And you can see what's been going on here is that you see currently Bitcoin transactions are the one in blue, Litecoin transactions are the one in orange, and you could see that Bitcoin, which is where I'm pointing to, is constantly doing above 400,000, somewhere within 400, 500,000 transactions per day, while Litecoin is being the second, doing around 200,000 transactions per day, 180,000 to 200,000 transactions per day. And you can see Dogecoin being the rather inconsistent one, but constantly posing around 40,000 transactions per day, something with a low spikes here and there. And you can see Monero being the one in purple, doing around 20 something thousand transactions per day, Zcash doing about 2,000, and Dash doing about 12,000 transactions per day. So you can see that Litecoin is doing orders of magnitudes more transactions than this other blockchain. So it's definitely been growing. And one way you're going to look at it is when we switch it to the all-time chart. And I'm just going to remove some of these ones that I could consider redundant. Like I'm going to remove what's the Zcash. Apologies to Zcash, I have to take you off because you're sort of like not very relevant to this. Do more transactions, you're definitely going to be here. And so what I'm going to do first, I'm going to show you the comparison between Litecoin and Bitcoin first, so you can see just how better Litecoin has been performing with regard in comparison to Bitcoin with regards to its network. And I'm just going to do that here. You could see it. So you can see that Bitcoin went on an explosion when it comes to transactions, right? You see, we went on an explosion when it comes to transactions per day. And as of 2017, Bitcoin was already doing about 200,000 transactions, while Litecoin was doing, okay, please reset the scale. Litecoin was doing, I'm not seeing because of this, right? But Litecoin was doing somewhere around a few thousands. I think I'm just gonna pull this down a little bit. I don't know how to expand this chart, unfortunately, but I'm really having some obstruction here, so I'm just gonna throw in Bitcoin Cash to like expand that so that I could see Litecoin transaction count. Okay. Oh, no, that didn't work the way I was expecting it. I'm going to put Monero. I'm going to throw Monero inside so I could see Litecoin. It's still not working. How do I turn these off? I want to turn off the Bitcoin, this BTC markings. How do I do that? Or I'm just going to switch to linear, see if that works better. Oh, linear is even worse. Oh boy, it doesn't show. That's the thing. Linear doesn't show a very clear picture the way I want it. I'm going to turn off those things. Turn off the technical indicators. How do I do that? Yeah, just raw values. Yeah. Compare. Whatever. But if you cannot see the exact values, what you can at least see is that Litecoin, okay, I can sort of like see it. I don't know if y'all could see it, but as it when Bitcoin was already doing around 346,000 transactions. Litecoin was there doing about 4,000 transactions, and that was in 2017. So around 2017 to 2018, Bitcoin was doing about 100 times more, 50 to 100 times more transactions than Litecoin. And you could see Bitcoin already hit a peak around near a peak of around 400,000 transactions around this time. And you can sort of see like that the curve of Bitcoin transaction has sort of been flat. So the curve of Bitcoin transaction has sort of been flat with a little bump in activities this recent time. But that has not been the case with Litecoin. So some of these are very distracting because of just how their transactions are moving. I'm going to clear away Bitcoin Cash so that I can make this thing more visible. And you could see Litecoin being the one in the red, and you could see Bitcoin being the one in the blue. And what you can see is that Litecoin, although it was very divergent from Bitcoin with regards to its network, the price the number of transactions per day has actually been catching up. It's been going slowly up and to the right, and to a point where you can see that the divergence that was once very massive. Litecoin is the red, Bitcoin is the blue. The divergence that was very massive here, and you can see how small it is and how even smaller it is right now, with Bitcoin doing around 500, 400,000 transactions per day, while Litecoin doing around 200,000 transactions per day. So something around 40% of what Bitcoin is doing is what Litecoin is doing right now. And you can see that. And you can see that Monero has actually been on that climb, but it was definitely outpacing Litecoin in 2017. But right now, Litecoin is sort of like clear of Monero with regards to like what has been happening with the transaction. So we're just going to switch that and we're going to check something else, because those are transaction and the blockchains per day. We're going to look at the number, average price per day, average transaction. I want to see the median transaction per day, not the median transaction fee, the median transaction value per day. And I think that should actually say something. Okay, we can see that the median transaction values per day. This is a little scattered. I'm just going to move it here. And we're not seeing the values for Monero here, but we're definitely seeing that for Bitcoin and Litecoin. And you can see that Litecoin continues to go to this periods where it was very diverged from it. You can see very low median transactions happening on the Bitcoin Litecoin chain, and we had this very scattered patterns. But right now you can see that Litecoin has actually been moving more consistently, while Bitcoin has been trending to the lower end. And if we can expand that, we can see what that looks like over the last 3 years, as Litecoin has sort of remained very steady, and like Bitcoin has sort of been like moving a little with a little bit of a curve down. And you could see sometime here, this was this is 2nd of September 2025. You could see that the median transaction on Bitcoin was around $41, while the average median transaction value on Litecoin is around $200. So you can see that the Litecoin network has clearly been moving in a direction that has been showing that it's having more activity than Bitcoin's network. And You can imagine that, right? But what happens to the Litecoin price when we price it in Bitcoin? So we're just going to price this Litecoin chart in Bitcoin so you can see what I'm talking about. So the Litecoin network has been going up against Bitcoin's network. It's actually been moving, and you saw that I showed the hash rate. I'm definitely going to show the Bitcoin's hash rate, but you saw what I showed when I showed the median transactions, and also when I showed the total daily number of daily transactions. So you can see that those have actually been going up, yet Litecoin has been bleeding against Bitcoin on the chart. So what this is showing is that Litecoin's price is actually going sideways while its network continues to grow, which is showing that Litecoin is definitely growing, but the price is lagging. So definitely at some point you would expect that logically the Litecoin's price should follow through. And in case you're looking at this and you're saying, oh yeah, it's just, it's on-chain metrics, right? Which I get, right? On-chain metrics get manipulated a lot. A lot of them could be faked and fabricated. Then I'm going to show you real-world justifications for Litecoin's value, because a lot of people see these things and then they think maybe it's just being fabricated, because a lot of things are being fabricated on chain. Solana, a lot of things in Solana gets fabricated a lot. So it's understandable why people might think that. So I'm just going to go ahead and show what it looks like for a Litecoin and real world evidence that Litecoin has in fact been outpacing Bitcoin. And this is CoinGate. First, you can sort of see Litecoin has actually been growing. Bitcoin is the most used on CoinGate, but you can see Litecoin move back to third place. In case you don't know, Litecoin was a much was a much smaller pie than this. It was within this others range not very long ago. But right now, it has actually outpaced USDT, outpaced Ethereum, outpaced Tron, and is number 3, right, for payments. Absolutely outpacing some of the giants, right? And just neck and neck with USDC. Neck and neck with USDC. Practically the second. It just being narrowly edged out by a little bit. But look at what happens when I show this same thing, but I show it from the angle of BitPay. So you're going to see what's definitely happening with BitPay. You could just give me a little bit. So we can see, we go to BitPay. In case you don't know, once we open BitPay, you're going to see what BitPay is. BitPay is one of the largest, if not the largest, single Bitcoin payment processor. You could see that one of the largest Bitcoin native Bitcoin payment processor. You can buy, sell, swap, and spend crypto in the app. It's literally BitPay, and you can see what's happening with Litecoin. And you could see very recently, they made a post, they highlighted this post from Litecoin Foundation that shows that Litecoin has been outpacing Bitcoin as the most used cryptocurrency for transaction. If you look at that, Litecoin accounts for about 30% of the transactions on BitPay. And you can just see that, how Litecoin has actually been taking a lot of dominance from BitPay. And might I remind you, if you extend this back, and you can see that none of the others even, gets close to Litecoin with regards to like how much percentage share. I mean, Ethereum is still far behind with 14%, and Doge and the rest are down. And you can see a real life reflection of Litecoin's adoption, right? You saw it on chain. The Litecoin's doing around 200,000 transactions, Bitcoin doing around 400,000 transactions, and Dogecoin not really doing that much. But you can sort of see that this reflects in BitPay. You can see like this. Now, Litecoin being 30%, Bitcoin being 27%, Bitcoin Cash around 7%, Dogecoin being around 5%. And you can see that what we saw on chain is manifesting itself in real life use. Like, this is the real stats. These are not manufactured figures like what you see on Solana. And you can see that this actually translates to Litecoin being the most commonly used cryptocurrency for payouts. I continues to dominate Bitcoin on this field, and this has actually been going on for very long. There are other metrics I could pull to show that Litecoin, and Litecoin was actually added much later to BitPay. So it literally had to grind from the beginning before it ended up becoming, overtaking Bitcoin, in Bitcoin's own BitPay. So you can see Litecoin outpacing Bitcoin a lot when it comes to adoption, when it comes to integration. And so that validates what we are seeing on chain, that like Litecoin's transactions per day are in fact very evidently catching up to very evidently catching onto that of Bitcoin. So we're just going to go, where's the total transactions per day? So you can see that this total transaction per day is definitely this is median transaction. If I am looking for total transactions, number of transaction blockchains per day. And so it kind of makes sense when you've seen those real world examples that validates this thing we're seeing with Litecoin. We're seeing the Litecoin chain absolutely move, grow in terms of number of transactions happening every day against the Bitcoin over time. When you switch it to the all time, it becomes even more beautiful. You look at Litecoin is the one on the red with that beautiful climb, while Bitcoin is the one on the blue that is sort of like, flatten out. And you could see that that's a clear value divergence. And I tied these facts to real life examples of this happening. So yeah, definitely something that is pointing to the fact that Litecoin is in fact gaining a lot of grounds against Bitcoin. So now let's look at other things that are bullish about Bitcoin, Litecoin. So in case you do not know, Litecoin is one of the 3 assets that is actually available in Fidelity, right? You can see that Bitcoin Fidelity, this is Fidelity, Fidelity, they are, in case you don't know Fidelity, they are a $6.4 trillion asset manager. You could see that $6.4 trillion asset manager. So $6.4 trillion asset manager thought to themselves that they wanted to create a digital a cryptocurrency IRA. In case you don't know, Fidelity, one of Fidelity's key what they're very interested in, like what their main specialty is retirement account. So like this thing means a lot to Fidelity, you understand, like retirement guys, right? So they were looking for assets that they found worthy enough to be exposed to give their their clients exposure to. And the 3 they picked were Bitcoin. You could see this is Coin Report, Bitcoin, Coin Report, Ethereum, Coin Report, Litecoin. There's no Coin Report Solana, no Coin Report XRP, no Coin Report any other coin. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin for a $6.4 trillion asset manager. And remember, Litecoin is just money like Bitcoin. There are no people that are sponsoring Litecoin with a lot of millions and millions of tens of millions of dollars. No, it's nothing like that for Litecoin. Litecoin is completely moving off of its own credibility, off of its own reliability, and that's something that we are seeing happen here, which is incredible, right? And that ties in with the fact that you're seeing more and more large institutions integrating. You see open bank integrating Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Polygon, Cardano. It's always the case when they want to create something. They create it with Litecoin, which can just drive Litecoin's adoption and exposure to the largest institutions in the world, which is something that not a lot of people actually give as much weight as they should be given. And so you can see that it also has a lot of ETFs, right? You can see that Litecoin is one of, I'm just gonna pull that up in a little bit. So Litecoin has a lot of ETFs that's going on for it. You can see that it's one of the coins with the highest odds of getting its ETF approved. And you can see that Litecoin is number 1 put here, then Solana, XRP, and then Dogecoin. Because Litecoin is actually one of the coins here, a few coins here that has actually been classified as a commodity, that's been declared as a commodity by both the SEC and the CFTC. And you can see we have Canary, Grayscale, CoinShares, and a couple others. We have some from Unitadu and some other institutions that are filing ETFs with Litecoin that have almost been approved. And like I pointed in my conversation with Master, Litecoin is the only coin besides Bitcoin and Ethereum that's been mentioned by BlackRock on their page, right? I'm just gonna go into that. Hold on, you can just let me just see that. Okay. So you can just see what we see when we search Litecoin up. You see, we search Solana up, and then there's nothing about Solana. But when we search Litecoin up and BlackRock's page, we see an article from, Oh, that was a little creepy. We can see an article from 2014, right? Dated, but definitely says that they have their eyes on Litecoin, definitely. And in the filings, they did in fact mention Litecoin. So you can see January 6, 2014, BlackRock. That's a conversation. about Litecoin, an article about Litecoin, definitely from the IB Times. So definitely something to keep an eye on, considering the fact that Litecoin will soon have its ETF live. So yeah, interesting stuff that's going on with Litecoin. Litecoin continues to remain very bullish with regards to its adoption, with regards to its integration, while the price has not caught up. So that is something to say. That has something to say when we're talking about what the potential is for Litecoin, how far it can go, and what how easy it is for this chart to reverse. Because whenever you see Bitcoin maximalists, they always show this chart, this LTC BTC chart, that shows that Litecoin has been going down progressively against Bitcoin. But what they do not show is the fact that although this has been happening, the Litecoin metrics have been going up and to the right, as I have shown, right? The adoption continues to go up and to the right, while Bitcoin's own adoption metrics has fallen, which makes this chart appear nothing more. This chart should look like nothing more to anybody, nothing less to anybody than insane opportunity. This is insane opportunity right here. But unfortunately, people are not seeing it like that. But I'm gonna hope you're smart, right? I mean, because it would actually be the reverse of the case if this chart was actually a chart of Litecoin's network adoption. Probably Litecoin number of transactions per day was going down, and then the LTC BTC was going up. Then I'd be concerned. Or if the LTC BTC was going down and the Litecoin number of transactions per day, that general network metrics were going down in tandem, or even down at all, in somewhat correlation to it, then I'd actually be worried. But the fact that we're actually seeing the reverse of this happen should actually tell us something that Litecoin is in fact moving up with regards to its adoption, with its bullishness, with everything that's happening when the ratio is going down. So that is definitely something that to the intelligent people would look like an opportunity. So we're gonna move back into what do they call? We're gonna move back into denominating Litecoin in USD. So what's the worst that's gonna happen with Litecoin? I mean, you have an asset that it's 84 million supply. There's maximum 84 million supply. There's no more than 84 million supply for Litecoin. And it's actually been in this consolidation range for years, right? If you buy it at this point, I'm not endorsing, again, I'm not a financial advisor. You should definitely check in with your financial advisor before you're making a decision. But if you buy this coin, right, and you hold it here, right, what's the worst that could happen? We're probably worse. Maybe we chop back down and then we come back. But considering the fact that we've seen so much terrible price action over the past how many years while the network continues to grow, I mean, it just continues to remain so much of an opportunity wherever the price goes. And the worst case scenario is we're going to see a little more chart, but eventually stock to flow is going to play out because, of course, we're going to have a lot of whales are going to hurt it, and then it's definitely going to play out with the price. So one would expect that at least at some point at a later date, this should explode. And if we're just going to do a little bit of fancy, we're going to do a little bit of, fancy astrology, right? We're gonna do a little bit of fancy astrology, and we're just gonna do a little bit of this, right? I think I don't know if this is, oh my god. Whew, this is not the way to do it. How do they undo nonsense done here? Where's it's the draw? It's just the pss, 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 pss. Yeah, it has to be trend line. I want to do a little measured move. This would have been so much easier on my phone. I should be trend. Yeah, I just want to do a little measured move. The standard count is gonna be something similar to what we saw here. Then one should expect, right, that if we are seeing a breakout here, right, no, I don't want to add text. Thank you. If we're seeing a breakout here, then that breakout should could possibly take Litecoin to around $12,000, which is interesting, right? You take Litecoin to $12,000. Whenever that happens, it might not happen as soon as a lot of people are expecting. It might not happen as soon as a lot of people are expecting, but one should expect logically that's going to happen at some point. Yeah, and so that's the allure. Oh my God, we just got electricity. We just got electricity from the grid. Yay, Nigeria. Woo! Oh my God, I am absolutely sweaty. I was supposed to go down to get my gasoline generator on, but we have gotten power from the grid. Babe, can you help me with put on the air conditioner and close the windows? Oh my God, I'm finally back to normal. Ah, shit. I might need to get a soda after this. Yo, shout out everybody. If you're still here, yo, the Litecoin Meta. Shout out to Aztec Lead VM. Welcome, man. Yes, the Litecoin Meta is huge. We're definitely going to be going into Lead VM. We're going to be talking about the Litecoin developments. We're going to be talking about all these other things that are happening on Litecoin. And Aztec, fun fact about Aztec, you see him here. Fun fact about him is that he is is the co-founder of Litecoin VM, which is one of the people that are working hard to actually create Litecoin DeFi, which is incredible, right? Much love, bro. That's what I'm talking about. That's my bro right there. So yeah, we're definitely going to start talking about Lit VM and this, because like that's one of the things that are actually showing that Litecoin is in fact growing in the right direction. It's actually getting the right integrations. And I'm going to say something that Litecoin VM, mark that, you have to put that name in your at the back of your mind. Litecoin VM. This works out the way I'm thinking. It's definitely going to outlast most things that are in the space, because Litecoin VM, what they're trying to do, I'm going to talk about them later. They're trying to build a layer 2 solution on Litecoin that can allow for us to be able to have smart contracts and all of the fancy Web3 things on the Litecoin chain, right? We can have it with Litecoin, right? Powered by Litecoin native LTCs. And then what is going to happen is that once you're building a DeFi platform, right? You're building all of this Web3 stuff on the foundation, on a very solid foundation like Litecoin, building on a very solid foundation where the money that's being used there is something as solid as Litecoin with, the history of reliability. What's going to happen is that since the denominated money that's being used in this ecosystem is something as stable and solid as Litecoin, you get to dominate for much longer, right? Because Litecoin is one of the only cryptocurrencies out there that sees its the number of users and transactions go up regardless of the market situation, right? We've seen the markets actually being very frustrating, but you see much people continue to use it. So Litecoin is the key to unlocking a very permanent user base that a lot of people are not paying attention to. But LitVM, they're looking at it and they're building something for that, and that's something I'm definitely going to be talking about. So yeah, you guys have to stick around. That's going to be something you're going to love. Litecoin liar, let's go higher, my brother, higher. These are the Avengers of Litecoin. The Avengers of Litecoin are showing up. Y'all go follow Aztec. Y'all go follow Litecoin Lion. These guys are Avengers. They are the Avengers of Litecoin. If you're somebody that like in crypto, Bugly, let's go, Bugly, let's go. Let's go. The Litecoin Avengers are united. The Litecoin Avengers are united. This is what I'm talking about. Hey, if you're someone who likes community, like you like community building, come to Litecoin, bro. It's like one giant family. Trust me. Come to Litecoin. This is a family. We're all building something that we all intuitively understand. Like we're trying to just build this stuff that has actually forged its way through blood, sweat, and tears, and continues to earn its own place as one of the, if not the most reliable blockchain. Again, Litecoin is the longest running cryptocurrency blockchain without any downtime. 14 years. Caveman 3000, way higher. Let's go. 14 years, Litecoin, no downtime. Bitcoin cannot boast this. And right now, you see, this is a community that that's built on this foundation. Shout out every single person here. Shout out Litecoin Lion. Shout out Aztec Lead VM, man. Love you so much, love. Shout out Bogley. Shout out Caveman 3000. Shout out every single person that is right here on this stream. Let's continue to get right at it as we continue to talk about how Litecoin is actually inevitably taking over. Right. So so moving to what we're talking about. So from what you've seen, right, I've been able to demonstrate how Litecoin has actually been gaining a lot of grounds on its network, right? We've been seeing the Litecoin transactions, we've been seeing them going up and to the right, while that of Bitcoin has sort of like been flatlining very clearly. Litecoin is the one in red, Bitcoin is the one in blue. And since blockchain data can be easily fabricated, I showed everybody here evidence of real world, real world example of Litecoin dominating payment platforms, right? I showed, I'm just going to pull one up right here. I showed the one of, has to be this one. Yeah. Is it? I showed Litecoin dominating CoinGate. I showed Litecoin dominated. You know what? I'm just going to pull, yeah. So, and I showed that, right? Because blockchain data can be very fabricated. So I showed everybody this. Litecoin continues to dominate Bitcoin in BitPay, which is the largest Bitcoin payment processor, direct Bitcoin payment processor in the world, and you can say that Bitcoin, Litecoin is absolutely dominating. And when you go to CoinGate, right, you see that it's pretty much the same thing that's happening, right? While Litecoin continues to climb, it was literally nowhere before, and right now has been making its way up. You can see Litecoin taking a lot of market share, right? In all of these and you can see here, you can see that this is another one that you can see how Litecoin is just absolutely dominating here. This is another, I think this is a platform that is integrated, right? This is Thunder Proxy. They're integrated in CoinGate, so they allowed for they integrate CoinGate system in order to be able to allow people to spend crypto on their platform. And you can see the Litecoin is absolutely leading here. Litecoin 26% market share when it comes to the transactions, and Tron is second. Ethereum third, USD fourth, Bitcoin is fifth. And this continues to happen. We're going to open CoinMe as well. You can check everywhere. So the stats I showed you all on the blockchain, it's not just manipulated blockchain stuff like we see with Solana and some of these other chains, right? This is actual usage that is happening that can be tied to real world usage growth, right? This is not just stats on a chain. They both correlate. And you would see that Litecoin has absolutely been dominating. It's been growing. Right? Why the transaction, the price has not actually been moving off. So this is to show that Litecoin has been building a very strong foundation, for a very long time. I'm going to pull the one where CoinMe spoke about, and so you can see this is CoinMe September 10th, 2025. It's not very long ago. It's not a dated post. This is September 10th, 2025. And this is CoinMe talking about how Litecoin has held number 2 spot at CoinMe for nearly 2 years, right behind Bitcoin. So that shows you that stats that I showed you is not just manipulated blockchain jargon. Litecoin is outpacing Bitcoin in growth while the price has stayed flat. So at some point, this is definitely not going to stay like this, right? It's not financial advice, of course. I'm not a certified market chartist. I'm just a dude on the internet that sees something. And that's something that's very unique about this Litecoin chart. I mean, we can't know when it's going to break out or something, but like you don't even need to be like an extremely knowledgeable person for you to see this. And the longer we see a price divergence from the adoption divergence, the bigger the potential that Litecoin Lion said price is fully controlled by Binance, Winamute. We'll move them when they're there's a lot of manipulation happening on the Litecoin chart, and that's something that actually makes me more optimistic for Litecoin, because I'd actually be very concerned. I mean, when I started looking at Litecoin full, is that I was expecting Litecoin to have a breakout or maybe late 2023, early 2024. But the fact that we continue to get pushed down, but we continue to maintain the same low, and we're sort of grinding higher from that, the fact that it's taking much longer to form makes me believe that what we're gonna see when the price are appreciating is not something that is just gonna be a massive price appreciation, right? Because if we think about it, Litecoin has the same stock to flow model as Bitcoin. So in case you don't know what stock to flow model is, I'm gonna explain it a very simple way, right? So what stock to flow model is this? Imagine you're someone, you're a whale, you have a lot of money, you want to push the price of Bitcoin, of gold up. When if you try to do it with something like palladium, right, and you try to hoard all the palladium in supply, when you start manipulating the price, you start pumping the price up and the price starts going up, what's going to happen is that a lot more people are going to go mine fresh palladium, and you're going to see new palladium come into supply that can actually end up inflating your supply that you've hoarded by 125%. So it's not very good for you to be able to hoard them and pump the price. So that is why palladium has a very bad stock to flow model, and that's why gold has been very, very sweet when it comes to people, wealthy individuals pushing the price up, because gold's stock to flow model is somewhere around 2 to 4%, if I'm being correct, right? So which means that if you can hoard as much of the gold supply, and you can actually start to pump the price up, the supply that is in your hands is not just going to get inflated away by new miners. So if new miners start mining the supply, it's going to be something around 2%, 4% more gold you're going to have energy supply, and that's what stock to flow is. And that's one of the things that is very attractive about Bitcoin to all of these guys, because Bitcoin supply issuance is very, very predictable. Bitcoin supply issuance gets halved every 4 years, which means that it's very easy for people to be able to sit down, collect the supply, be very confident when you understand like you have a significant amount of supply. And once you start sending the price up, you can understand that you're not just going to go inflate away another, new amount of Bitcoin from anywhere and dump it on you. The same, and that's the same allure that gold has. So that's stock to flow in a very basic way, a very basic way to put stock to flow. And this is something that Litecoin has. Litecoin has a very good stock to flow model, because like the 4-year cycle of the 4-year halving cycle of Bitcoin applies to Litecoin, and Litecoin is 84 million max. So I was expecting that. I mean, based off of stock to flow, we're definitely going to see some pump. It's not like it can't happen. It can happen. So the fact that it's been delayed makes me feel like something much bigger is definitely in the works, right? And all I believe I'm going to do, I don't care. I have a lifetime to prove myself right about Litecoin. I have an entire lifetime. I'm in Litecoin for as long as I believe, because I believe in money. I believe in crypto for what crypto was built for, to revolutionize money. And I'm not saying other tokens are not good. I feel like they're great as well. There are a lot of them I support, right? But like, again, we're trying to build better money, and that's what I believe Litecoin will be. And so we're definitely gonna see Litecoin appreciate over time. The worst that's gonna happen is that since we're only gonna ever have 84 million Litecoin, I'm definitely gonna be beating inflation, and of course it's gonna appreciate at some point in time over time. And that's a very good way to look at Litecoin, so you do not allow yourself to get in a position where you can get frustrated out of your Litecoins. And that's just how I put it. So the longer this continues to delay, the more I continue to believe that something much longer, something much bigger. All right, man. Appreciate that, man. Thanks for showing up at all. Aztecs about to jump up. Appreciate you for showing up. Appreciate every single one who's come, who's commented, who stayed, who's enjoying the show. If you're enjoying the show, you should follow the page. Follow the page. Follow us. Flipping Finance. That's the page. I'm just gonna display the page a little bit so everyone can see it. And so y'all can follow the page. Hold on, just give me a second. So yeah, if you're enjoying, follow the page. Follow 84 million as well. Follow 84 million. They're very good, extremely. They have a great podcast, and they have the 84 million made this merch. If you want to buy this merch or other great cool Litecoin merch, you can go to 84 million buy it. But if you're enjoying the show, you're come follow me, Flipping Finance on X. You can follow the page. We do really great stuff, and then we're hosting the Altcoin Season Tour live every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. This episode 2, there'll be 84 episodes. We're definitely going to be diving into other coins in the top 200. We're going to be talking about Ripple. We're going to be talking about Chainlink. We're going to be talking about Solana. We're going to be talking about Ethereum. We're going to be learning all these things in a fun, entertaining, educative way that all of us could understand both the differences between money like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero, and these other networks that are also useful in their own way, like Ethereum, Solana, and the rest, and whatever the hell XRP is. We're definitely going to be going into that. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting marathon. If you want to enjoy, you should definitely give me a follow, and trust me, you're not going to regret it anyway. So we are back. We're going to go back to what we were talking about. So we're just going to move to the next segment. But before we move into the next segment, we're going to have a little break. And the next segment, we're going to be talking about Litecoin-related development. We're going to be talking about Litecoin treasury companies, right? Like Luxfolio, like Mayfarmer before, but it's now Light Strategy. We're going to be talking about that. Then we're going to be talking about Litecoin Computer and LiteVM, of course. These other things that are happening to Litecoin, what it means for Litecoin, what it means for the network, what it means for every single thing that Litecoin stands for, and how it's definitely going to be driving the adoption of Litecoin in ways that a lot of people definitely not predicting and do not expect. So I'm just gonna take a 5-minute break, and y'all are gonna stay tuned. I'm coming back, okay? It's just a little break, and we're gonna go right into it. Then after that, we're gonna be having an open floor session where we can converse, we can communicate. Tell me what you want to talk about. If you want to hop on the call, let me know. You can hop on it. We could talk more. If you have any objections to anything I say, or you have anything you want to add to anything I say, of course, you can definitely just let me know. Indicate it. I'm gonna send you a link. You're gonna come join us live. We're gonna have an open conversation. So, with that being said, we're definitely gonna go ahead and take our little break. So yeah, I'm gonna be back in a bit. So yep.
Altcoin bag holders, my name is Rafael Yeager. I'm addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin. Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust, and they won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits. Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I am addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust, and they won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits. Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I am addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust, and they won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits. Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I am addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust, and they won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits. Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I am addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits. Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I'm addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits. Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I'm addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits. Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I'm addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits. Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I'm addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan and join in me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace. And the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits.
Welcome back to the Alt Season Tour. I am your host, Raphael, the owner and creator of Philippine Finance, the Gen Z financial media page, financial media entertainment page. And I am back again. I just had a little break. I had to go to the convenience, right? To the closets, to the toilet, if you're British. And so I'm right here with a bottle of Pepsi, so y'all are gonna enjoy this bottle of Pepsi with me and a few snacks as we continue to dive into Litecoin, the inevitable takeover. So in case you don't know what Litecoin is, I'm gonna give a quick recap. Litecoin is a money. What is it used for? What is its use case? Well, what is its use case? You have to decide that. So while most people in this space continue to ask, use case, they are stuck in this idea of project thinking. I want you to understand that the initial reason why cryptocurrencies were invented was to actually revolutionize money. We're trying to reinvent money. We're trying to move away from the old financial system we had, and that was the idea of Bitcoin. So something like Bitcoin was created fairly and distributed to anybody. Like literally, no Bitcoin was allocated to anybody, and that's what makes Bitcoin special. And that's what makes it money. Because the only two ways you can get Bitcoin is either you mine it from day one, you either mined it or you bought it from someone. And this is different from something like Ethereum or Solana, where the team created some of the supply or like a significant portion of the supply, and then they had to like distribute it to private sales, investors, blah, blah, blah. And so these things are no longer money because they were selected, they were created and they were distributed out to these people. So that doesn't make them money. So they are good tokens that represent their networks and whatever, and that's great. But Bitcoin that was not distributed to anybody is money, and that is the same for Litecoin. Litecoin is literally the fairest distributed coin because when it was created, the founder literally made a decision from the community, made a community conversation. It was a community conversation, community votes, a community decision to decide when they should allow Litecoin to go live for mining so that everyone could have fair chance at mining. So he had no advantage. Every single person to mine Litecoin at the same time, same opportunity, and this is how Litecoin got into the supply until today. That was 2011. Litecoin was created in 2011. Until today, it continues to remain the longest running concurrent blockchain. And what that means is Litecoin is the only blockchain that has run without a single interruption, not even Bitcoin. And it's done this for 14 straight years. So Litecoin has built a foundation as being the money, the SI unit of reliability. Litecoin is literally reliable. It's the most reliable blockchain out there. And most importantly, not just the network being reliable, the money, right? The coins are actually very valuable because they're money. And Litecoin would never exceed 84 million. So there's 84 million Litecoin. It's never going to exceed that. Litecoin goes through a halving cycle just like Bitcoin, which means every 4 years, the supply of Litecoin continues to get cut in half, right? So the amount of Litecoin that could be mined continues to get cut in half. So definitely the amount of Litecoin that's entering into circulation continues to reduce over time until the last Litecoin is mined and the supply gets capped at 84 million. So that is what Litecoin is in a nutshell. And for you to know who created Litecoin, who invented Litecoin, he is Mr. Charlie Lee. So I'm going to do a little bit to show you who Charlie Lee is. Charlie Lee. I got to bring out Charlie. Okay, that's it. So Charlie Lee, as you can see, is this handsome man here that created. He is a computer scientist that worked with Google, and you can see he is the founder of Litecoin. And so, yeah, he's a computer scientist, the creator of Litecoin, and he serves as the managing director for the Litecoin Foundation. In case you don't know what the Litecoin Foundation is, it's not a foundation that controls the Litecoin supply or the Litecoin network the same way Solana Foundation is, right? And the Litecoin, Solana Foundation, Ethereum Foundations, they got allocated some Solana and Ethereum tokens so they can run. But Litecoin Foundation, they did not get any advantage. They didn't get any special tokens. They literally run off of donations. And they try to push for adoption, try to push for promotions with very little budget. And that's one of the things that makes Litecoin very reliable, because we don't have billions and millions of dollars to pump the the metrics, the numbers up, but it continues to grow in strength. 14 years and no downtime is no joke. So this is the founder of a Litecoin, and so we are gonna go straight into this segment of the show. And this segment of the show is Litecoin related development. So in case you do not know, right, one of the things that have been, one of the criticisms that has been happening with Litecoin, people have been saying they can't do smart contracts on Litecoin. They can't do NFTs. They can do NFTs with ordinals, but they can't do NFTs in the Web3 way. And, they can do all of these other things like DeFi, like staking, blah, blah, blah. And now we're having a lot of, development that's happening that are bringing those things to life. And one of those things, Lit VM, everybody. So Litecoin VM, what is Lit VM or Litecoin VM? So we're just going to go ahead to their website, litvm.com, so we can get a general understanding of what Lit VM is doing, right? And then I'm going to give you my my reason why I feel like Lit VM has a very strong shot at actually dominating in ways that most other protocol layers, other proof of stake, NFTs, dApps, and all this, networks are not able to do. And so you can see LitVM, Litecoin ZK Omnichain. So they're partnered or powered by Bitcoin OS, which is a ZK. I think it's a ZK aggregator. I'm not really sure, right? I don't really know this particular thing, but yeah, they're powered by Bitcoin OS to try to create a ZK omnichain for Litecoin. So just like you, let's learn it together, right? So LitVM is a Litecoin ZK omnichain. It's a ZK rollup based layer. Different types of rollup. There's the optimistic rollups on Ethereum, layer 2s, and then there's a zero knowledge, rollups. Different things, a little too technical, but we're not just going to talk about that. So it's a ZK rollup based layer 2 chain for Litecoin, powered by Bitcoin OS and the Polygon CDK, with built-in interoperability, composability, and unified liquidity across chains via the AG layer. So following its mantra, hard money Web3, LitVM fosters the utility-rich dApp ecosystem primarily based on advancement payments, payment trails, RWA infrastructures, DeFi, and culture. So yeah, a lot of DeFi staking advancement, being brought to Litecoin thanks to LitVM. So the goals here, we can see the mission is to create more demand for Litecoin, unlock new use cases for Litecoin, Litecoin's native assets. I wish I could expand that. I don't know how to expand that. I don't know, because it shows native assets here, but I can't expand that anyway. So foster utility delivering cross-chain futures for Litecoin users, enables new generations for LTC users, and creates vibrant powered Litecoin powered payment. So in a nutshell, what LitVM is trying to do is that they are trying to build DeFi for Litecoin, trying to build the whole Web3 ecosystem for Litecoin. So you can use your Litecoin to, you can stake your Litecoin and rewards. You can actually use it to pay, as gas fees, for NFT. You can use it to do NFTs purchases. You can use it to do, all the plenty DeFi stuff, which is actually cool. And if this works, I'm very bullish on LitVM. And this is not a personal endorsement for any token, right? It's just me stating my what I think. And this is my thought process, right? I feel like where the entire cryptocurrency space lost its way is the moment people realize that they could create their own different new monies for their own different new apps. And because of these, the apps or the platforms that were being created were more like excuses for value generation rather than genuine attempts at creating something useful. And this is what I mean. So now imagine if right at the very beginning, when you had Ethereum and this other things, right? Bitcoin and all of this. So if I actually wanted to create an app and integrate Bitcoin or Litecoin, right, or something like that, these monies that are actually good, and I want to create a real gaming platform. I'm going to create a gaming platform and probably create a drive chain, something that can allow people to be able to spend their Bitcoins on that gaming platform, right? Or like an L2 or something. Just try to make, because it's the money. My focus should be on getting growth through the game. Like, I'm trying to grow the game, right? I'm not supposed to create another money for the game, right? And in this way, all I get to do is to focus on growing my users, and everyone can spend this Bitcoin and create like this faster way for people to spend your Bitcoin in the app, which should have made perfect sense, right? And so I believe that whatever platforms are building like this have a much higher chance of actually surviving than other ones that are being built more like an excuse for value generation, right? So these are all these other coins that are created just to pump the price of whatever cryptocurrencies that they're attaching to them. And that's why I feel like if LiteVM actually hits this, Litecoin 14 years, no downtime, right? More than 12 years of trackable trading progress, trading price history, absolute stability. It's built a foundation as being the SI unit of reliable money in the space. And if that is what's going to power a DeFi system, it might not grow as explosively and as shiny as all these other cryptocurrencies projects and all of that have millions and tens of millions of dollars in VC marketing money, but it can grow the Litecoin style, which is we see that we're actually seeing a lot of excitement for it. But of course, what's going to happen is sustained growth over time, because whenever anyone is using Litecoin, I want to expand their use of Litecoin. The fact that Litecoin continues to grow consistently, that would actually set a precedent for LiteVM to be able to grow consistently, right? Just growing consistently, steadily. So while all these other things go through boom and bust, you're going to have something like LiteVM that continues to grow consistently. It's going to be like the .com era, right? Where we saw all of this pet.com, mycousinsbackyard.com, and all of these other different companies, whatever, slap.com, and they all went boom and bust. And then you see that at the end of the day, things that were built on solid foundations like Amazon, the rest, they end up going up, right? Because they built it with a good foundation. And the good foundation here is the most reliable money in the space, which is Litecoin. And that's why I am very, very optimistic for LiteVM. So in case you want to actually check LiteVM out, they are actually worth checking out. So another one we want to talk about Litecoin Computer, which is pretty much the same with Bitcoin Computer. So we're going to go ahead to Litecoin Computer. Oh my God. Look at what I'm doing. I'm supposed to go search Litecoin Computer on the search bar. Look at what I'm doing. I'm acting like an illiterate here. What the I'm not gonna swear. I made a promise to myself that I was not gonna swear. Why is this not clicking? Oh boy, I think my X is bugged out. Oh boy. My X is bugged out. Oh my God. Okay, we're just gonna check it here. So Litecoin Computer, LTC Computer. So what is Litecoin Computer? So Litecoin Computer, they're building smart contracts for Litecoin using JavaScript, right? So that they're trying to build fungible and non-fungible tokens, NFTs, games, social networks, exchanges, auctions, Word Computer, all using JavaScript. So there's a very beautiful approach. And Litecoin Computer is very much Bitcoin Computer, so they're building it for both, which is something that is very beautiful, right? Like Litecoin gets the benefit from whatever success that Bitcoin is getting, which is a very unique thing that not all proof of work coins can say, because literally anything that is built for Bitcoin can actually be implemented on Litecoin. Anything that's built on Litecoin can be implemented on Bitcoin, which is something that's very great again. So you can see there the JavaScript smart contracts on Bitcoin. They're building a Turing complete meta protocol for UTXO based blockchains, and you can just see that they're working on Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, Pepcoin, and soon Bitcoin Cash, which is something that's actually good. Thank God that Bitcoin Cash is getting it. So yeah, this is definitely something to look at. Benefits: goodbye Solidity, hello JavaScript, right? Oh yeah, Solidity is what they use to write smart contracts for Ethereum, in case you do not know. So yeah, write smart contracts in a language you know and love. Oh, of course, Solidity is very very frustrating from people that, that I know that have worked with Solidity, and so yeah, it's they are you got to use your favorite tools to develop dapps and centralized applications. You got to run smart contracts in the browser using node.js, this node just JavaScript. You can have this little pop-up applications, and so you can have low fixed fees. So right, a cost evaluating smart contracts independent of the number of computational steps in Bitcoin computer. This is because only the users that are interested in a smart contract will execute its code, as opposed to over 1 million validators with Ethereum. Okay, that's actually great, which means it can actually scale while keeping its fees very very low. This is actually very interesting. We're just learning on the go. It's trustless and centralized. Bitcoin Computer runs directly on the Bitcoin and Bitcoin like blockchains. Okay, so Bitcoin, Litecoin, and the rest UTX, so proof of work coins. And this means there's no trusted third party or custodian between your application and blockchain. So it's just self custody applications, and Bitcoin Computer enables self-custody, and nobody can turn it off or prevent you from using it. So security, simplicity, and privacy. Let's look at the security of it. So oh my god. So the security is minor enforced data ownership. So updating someone else's smart contract is as hard as stealing someone else's Bitcoin. That's actually great. Built-in encryption. Easy to use encryption helps you to guarantee users' privacy. Okay. On and off chain data storage. So flexible data storage supports gaming, DeFi, and digital assets applications. Historical states, all previous states are preserved. All updates are timestamps and cryptographically signed. And so GDPR, CCPA, AML ready. Okay. So this means these are privacy, these are compliance standards. So definitely built with compliance standards in mind. So the things you can build with Bitcoin Computer, we're going to look at it, right? So they're bringing the most popular Web3 apps to Bitcoin and Litecoin. So literally anything you see here that you could see is a Bitcoin, it literally can be done Litecoin. So you can create and monetize everything without taking custody of player funds, right? So you can monetize user payments, tournaments, and new game elements like campaign levels, maps, items, or achievement. This is great. This is what I'm talking about. I feel like these are the things that are going to outlast all the shiny things we're seeing, because most of the shiny stuff is going to die. When you build something, and the core foundation of what you're building is for people to be able to use the most trusted and the most battle tested money on it, then there's a lot of emphasis and focus is going to be placed on building the actual product. And you can actually end up making money from the actual product, and boosting its usage and trying to make it more decentralized and enjoy the crypto benefits, without just creating something that is a rather value, an excuse for value, and not focusing on building the thing itself. So that's why I feel like this is great. So you can allow you to create games, applications for runes and ordinals. So you can easily build fungible and non-fungible token applications that are compatible with other protocols like runes and ordinals. Runes and ordinals are a way for you to inscribe directly on the chain for Bitcoin and Litecoin, and that's actually something great. It's like some sort of like NFT that you can do, which is great. And you can do DeFi thanks to these integrations with runes and ordinals. You can build exchanges, lending platforms, stable coins, and all the DeFi applications. You can build enterprise applications, right? So enables frictionless collaboration and shared data across multiple organizations. We can help keep data synchronized, alleviating costly and often manual reconciliation process, plus maintain easy access to all historical versions with timestamp and cryptographic signatures of all updates. So that's something that is absolutely impressive as well. So yeah, most popular Web3 apps to Bitcoin. That's one of the things you can do, and it's so easy to get started. All of these things, get more complicated as we keep going. You can just create it. If you're someone who's actually like a programmer, a coder, you could just you could see it. It looks easy here. I don't code in any significant way, so of course, definitely not tickling my fancy. But hey, this is actually something I feel like is great, right? You can create an HTML code. You can probably just copy this and like Gen Z like me, just give ChatGPT, tell it what to do. It's gonna like do little things, and you're gonna have a result. I mean, now this coding is not difficult. You just gotta ChatGPT. That's the future. So yeah, you're gonna open it in your browser, double click or drag it, and that's all. That's a smart contract on their free test now. So you can test the futures already. And you can see example applications they're doing here. On-chain order book, which means you can go and do like a DEX on-chain on Bitcoin. DEX is on Ethereum use automated AMMs, not because they're better trading algorithms, but because optimal trading algorithms require too much compute for Ethereum to handle. In fact, AMMs lead to slippage and inefficient trading execution. Yes, trading execution on Ethereum is terrible. It's probably much better unlike other Ethereum layer 2s like these. Other books, best trading algorithms known to man, become available for DEXs for the first time through the Bitcoin computer. If you would like to demo our other book based on DEX, please contact us. It's actually pretty impressive, So, you can build real money games like, light chess, light chess. That's beautiful. Like Litecoin, light chess. It's beautiful. So you can build reward games. Reward games require so much compute for Ethereum. For example, to determine if a position in chess is winning, is the compute available in the entire Ethereum block. Wow. We're building an open source chess implementation where two players can put down some coins that the winner gets at the end of the game. That's actually something that is actually incredible, right? That's one of the GameFi applications. You got to create like a chess game, and then users get to they got to use the chess game, and then they put money, and then whoever wins takes all, winner takes all. If I do something like that, I'm probably gonna lose like 95% of the time. But like, yay, decentralization. Because if it's physical, right, I'm just not gonna pay. I'm such a bad faith player. Jokes apart, right? That's great. Actually, it's something apparently you can't do directly on on Ethereum. Centralized and Bitcoin only NFT site. So Bitcoin, Litecoin only NFT site. So you can look around our NFT gallery and see how easy it is to mint NFTs in Bitcoin and stuff matter that are artwork on chain. If you're an NFT developer and you want to run your own NFT trading site on Bitcoin, clone our repo, add your own brand and launch today. So this is literally a way for you to just copy what they have but they're making it very simple. From what I'm looking at, Bitcoin computer, aka Litecoin computer, they're making it extremely easy for you to do whatever you want to do with Bitcoin. Make it easy for you to do whatever you want to do with Bitcoin, Litecoin, and that's actually very great. So yeah, that's actually great. So you can create a block explorer there, create an update on-chain assets with ease. With our blockchain explorer, you can browse, create, and update on-chain assets. You can build smart contracts objects on Bitcoin and update assets you own by calling any function, which is wonderful. So from what I am seeing here, you can open source solution for on-chain assets. Incredible stuff, right? They are allowing, from what I'm seeing, Litecoin community are allowing you to be able to build smart contracts, smart games, all the wonderful Web3 stuffs natively on Litecoin, and you don't have to sacrifice all the goodies of Litecoin, like the decentralization and all of these wonderful things. And they are making it in a way that's so easy, right? They're making it in a way that's so easy for people to be able to yeah, so happy to see. Yeah, I'm grateful as well. Like everyone is like here. I'm so grateful. Everyone's everyone's here. It's incredible, right? I'm very happy. Like I said, this is Litecoin family, and that's one thing I love. It's a very giant family of people. Anyways, back to what I was saying about Litecoin computer. One thing I like about Litecoin Bitcoin computer, they're making it extremely extremely easy for to be able to do it. I feel like this needs more push. I'm probably gonna push it a little more. So my best effort to try to see how we can get more people to do it, because I believe like these are one of the things that actually have the potential to be able to stay and have lasting effects in the market, right? Because like they're building a foundation that can allow people to be able to quickly build and run stuff directly, without having to put a lot of effort, right? They make it very simple. You can copy these, copy that, just easy, very simple. And I feel like that's something that's very great, and they're just building open source and allowing anyone to be able to use it. So these are the things that are actually helping in shaping Litecoin's future, and very, very wonderful. So in case you're wondering if Litecoin in fact has DeFi, Litecoin is Dino coin, it's Dino coin, it's dead coin, it doesn't have DeFi, it doesn't have smart contract. Well, not anymore. We are now having smart contract thanks to Bitcoin computer, Litecoin computer, and Lite VM. And there's definitely going to be a lot more, right? Because what's going to happen is eventually people are going to create their boom and bust token focused products. And they're going to spend a lot of time trying to pump prices and little time trying to develop the actual product. And all of these things are going to boom and burst, of course, and eventually we're going to be gravitating towards, ways to integrate the battle-tested monies into their game and focus more on building games that can actually sell, and they can actually make money from actually selling the games and not their token prices. And, what's going to be the future of that is definitely going to be platforms that allow people to integrate the dominant monies in them, like Litecoin computer, Bitcoin computer, and Lite VM. So that's why I'm very, very optimistic for this. And this is something that can allow Litecoin to completely dominate the space. These are things that you don't see a lot of people talk about. But of course, this is the altcoin season tour. We're going to dive into everything. We're going to talk about it. We're going to shed light on everything. So every single person we can all see, analyze, and access this information. So the next thing we're going to go into, we're going to talk about Litecoin treasury companies. I'm just going to take a 1-minute break. And so we are definitely going to be back 1 minute, guys. I am definitely not going to take a very long break this time.
Altcoin bag holders, my name is Rafael Yeager. I'm addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fort imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits.
Right, guys, welcome back to the altcoin season tour. After our 1 minute break, we are now about to talk about, guess what? We're about to talk about treasury companies, right? We've actually been seeing a growing number of interest about when it comes to treasury companies and Litecoin, as people are starting to see, a few people at least are starting to see that what is a treasurable asset is something that probably definitely has a maximum supply and is absolutely battle tested and not something that it's going to get inflated away. Not a lot of people are seeing it right now because most institutions are trying to pump their bags, pump their stock prices. They're going for the interesting things, but we have seen some treasury companies adopt Litecoin, and something we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about it broadly. And what I want to say first is that for people who do not understand what a treasury company is, so what a treasury company is a company that actually holds it. Multiple types of treasury companies, but a general understanding of them are companies that actually hold a portion of their balance sheet or the entire balance sheet in Litecoin or Bitcoin or whatever crypto asset, and that's what it's a crypto treasury company. So some of them are actually the first treasury company, Bitcoin treasury company, at least that was mainstream, and that's MicroStrategy. You might know Strategy, the guy who says you should sell your kidneys for Bitcoins or sell your kidneys and keep Bitcoins, however you want to put it. The number one Bitcoin maximalist, whose entire strategy is to just hold Bitcoin. Cheers to him. Anyways, so that's the one of the first treasury company, and right now we are seeing an explosion of treasury companies and companies that are actually trying to implement and integrate cryptocurrencies and hold assets that are deflationary and can help them hedge against inflation and can help them build the future of their companies and their endeavors and whatever they are doing. And that's the idea of treasury companies. But of course, with every single thing, new innovation that has to do with corporations and all of these people, that a lot of them tend to focus on what's going to pump the price of the stock up over practical solutions, right? Practical solutions in this field. So you see a lot of people that are actually stockpiling Ethereum, Solana, Dogecoin, right? Which is why stockpile something that's definitely infinite? It's like the most basic question. It's just a thing. It's a very funny thing about life, right? History writes itself in funny ways. When we look at inevitable, preventable mistakes that happen in history, we always ask the question, how couldn't they see it? But now we're seeing one that is literally unfolding. And it's so funny how the human psyche is fundamentally able to contort itself in a way where it does not see an obvious flaw and then it dives headfirst into that obvious flaw. How does someone create a treasury company for something that is inflationary to there's no max to the supply. What's the point, right? Because I'm expecting, like, if you're a treasury company, for example, imagine your treasury, you hold gold in your treasury, right? The idea is not that the gold get inflated away, right? You're probably trying to hedge against something. You're definitely not expecting to have gotten all the gold out in the next 20, 30 years, like, because you're definitely going to be hoping your company is going to be alive in 20, 30 years at least. So what's the advantage in holding Ethereum over the next 20, 30 years if you're just going to have way more and more of it and it never ends? And these obvious mistakes people make, and they continue to make it, and then we wonder why they make it, but then we're seeing it manifest itself. Ethereum treasury companies, Solana treasury companies, Dogecoin treasury companies. No hate to Dogecoin, no hate to Ethereum, no hate to Solana, right? But, like, come on, like, but whatever. It's how it happens. Again, there has to be a sucker at the end of the day in everything in history. It's rather strange that people just can't see through this. But whatever. We're gonna focus on the positive side, which is that we've been getting people. We've been getting treasury companies that are actually paying attention to the fact that Litecoin is so bad to test that, and they're actually supporting. And the number one treasury company that I want to talk about is, you have guessed it, the treasury company that I will never shut up about, because of course we're definitely going to be talking about Luxfolio. Everybody, I'm just going to pull that up. I don't know where I opened Luxfolio the other time. As to whatever, I'm just going to pick it up from here. Luxfolio, everybody. If Luxfolio is here, shout out to you, Luxfolio. We're going to talk about Luxfolio. So Luxfolio is they were previously their company based in Canada, and they were previously a Bitcoin mining company, but of course Bitcoin mining is extremely competitive and very, very very difficult to sustain. It's very unsustainable. So they decided to pivot into being a Litecoin treasury company. In case you don't know, they are the first ever Litecoin treasury company, which means they were the first people who were courageous enough to bet on Litecoin as a treasury asset, looking through the noise and actually making the statement move that, yes, Litecoin is where we're going to build the foundation. And so we're just going to go to their website. We're going to check a little bit about Luxfolio Holdings, because these guys are phenomenal and they're courageous, right? Because I keep saying this, my tagline, right? Strategy is smart. They are savvy going into the industry and picking the industry leader, going with Bitcoin. That actually is just being savvy. But Luxfolio are courageous. They're brave because they're going into an industry and they're going with a suppressed underdog, which is definitely not easy. And you can see they're building the infrastructure for Litecoin economy, which is something that's actually very great about Luxfolio. In case you don't know, I'm just going to throw this inside my mouth before I continue. See, Pepsi. Tranquilo. Definitely bad table manners to talk with a mouthful, but whatever. What I love about Luxfolio is that, unlike MicroStrategy, now strategy, because apparently they're no longer micro, they are building they actually focus. Luxfolio are not just cannibalizing off Litecoin. It has a similar strategy. These guys are not just cannibalizing off Litecoin, they're actually building the space. Because Luxfolio is actually investing in a couple of things like mining. You could look at that. So they are on-chain treasury, smart contract tooling, and clean energy mining Litecoin. So they're trying to explore clean energy mining for Litecoin. They of course have their Litecoin treasury, and they do incredible ecosystem support. They do incredible ecosystem support, and this includes they sponsor some of them, like 84 million. They're sponsored by Luxfolio, which is them trying to like give back and help build Litecoin native outlets and podcasts to try to help boost the space. And they're also trying to explore ways to mine Litecoin, and they also invest in other things. So why Litecoin? Litecoin is built for real world utility. It's open, proven, and designed to scale without the noise. That's the beautiful thing. That's the best way to word it. No noise. It's just building, grinding its way up. And that's the beauty of Litecoin. It's open. Luxfolio is focused on unlocking long-term value by aligning with what Litecoin already does best: simple sound money with real applications. The beautiful thing about Luxfolio. What we're doing, they're building the Litecoin. They're building with Litecoin in mind and letting their actions speak, which is true. because that means running the infrastructure, growing a long-term treasury, and contributing where it counts. Because yes, like I said, Luxfolio, they are doing very well with regards to like investing back into the space. They're investing in mining, investing in things that are actually generally good for the ecosystem support, which is the best thing about a treasury company could do, right? It's not just about take. It's not about what can Litecoin do for us. It's like, what can we do for Litecoin? And that's why I'm a huge fan of them. I'm a fanboy of Luxfolio. I'm gonna say it anywhere. If you're gonna come out like me, because I'm someone who I respect when people do something. I respect some people might call it naive, but I consider it the positive energy of like doing something to help push for the support of something without expecting anything in return, right? I'm just doing it because they don't have to. Really, they don't have to. Like, if they don't do it, Litecoin can still end up going wherever it's going to go, right? We've built that foundation, but they still choose to, which is very, very noble, which is great. And that's something that I deeply appreciate about Luxfolio. And so, yeah, Luxfolio, first ever Litecoin treasury, and they hold about 20 something thousand Litecoin. They have a goal of purchasing about 100,000 Litecoin before year end, which is incredible. And they also have a goal of purchasing about 1 million Litecoin altogether, which is a little above 1% of the entire supply of Litecoins that will ever exist. So you have to pay attention to Luxfolio, because they are building a foundation that I actually believe is very solid. And so we're going to go ahead and we're going to talk about Light Strategy. Light Strategy. I said Light Strategy. Light Strategy, brothers. This was a May Pharma before. That is what they were. They were a May Pharma. I don't know if that's Arabic or Italian or a mash of Arabic Italian. We're gonna call that accent Arab Italian. It's like a mash of Arab Italian, whatever. So that is what they are, right? The treasury company. They were May Pharma before pharmaceutical, and they decided, that they should join and try to help adopt a Litecoin treasury strategy. That is what they do, so which is very incredible. You can see right now they have converted their name to Light Strategy. It was a I'm just going to use an Italian. Right now they have converted themselves to a Light Strategy. Before they were a May Farm, and now they are a Light Strategy. And you can look at it. They are the people that bought 100 million Litecoin at once. Mamma mia. When I saw the news that they bought 100 million Litecoins, 1 million Litecoin, $100 million of a Litecoin, mamma mia, I was thinking, oh my God, incredible. It is incredible, and that is what I think. And when I look at it, and we can just go and look at the Light Strategy website. Incredible is what I say. Very incredible. 100 million dollars of Litecoin. Incredible. Very incredible. So we're gonna look at what Light Strategy is. Of course, the founder of Litecoin, Charlie Lee, is invested in Light Strategy, which is great. He's on their board. He's a great person, and he's definitely gonna see them in the path that's the best. I'm definitely saying it as it is. It's wonderful, really great what they're doing. Light Strategy. I'm a huge fan of Light Strategy as well. They're great. They're very great. So we're going to look at it. We're going to look at what Light Strategy is doing. They're bringing Litecoin to public markets so millions and millions can gain exposure to one of the world's most enduring digital assets. Can you believe that? Millions and millions of people, they're going to use Litecoin because of Light Strategy. Especially those that don't want to get Litecoin and they don't want to hold the things, because like they look at it and they're like, Litecoin, I don't want to hold that. I don't want to deal with Litecoin. Just give me something. I want to get the gains, but I don't want to touch the Litecoin. So they hold Lits instead. And that's great. It's very great. And that's the idea behind Light Strategy, right? They're US listed. You can see they're listed on the NASDAQ. And people can go and buy Light Strategy shares as a proxy way to gain access to Litecoin without actually buying the physical Litecoins, which is actually great, right? So, and they started with $100 million purchase of Litecoin, which is actually great. And that sort of like sent a signal that yes, Litecoin is the real deal. But people are not yet paying attention. They're gonna pay attention. They're gonna pay attention when it's late. But like that's great. But these people, they saw it before others could see it. So that's the wonderful thing. Bringing Litecoin to the public market so millions can gain exposure to one of the world's most enduring digital assets is the best way to put it. And so you can sort of see, Lit's price, Litecoin price. It's we're just going to look at a couple more things. Lits is the largest public equity vehicle built to unlock Litecoin's upside. That's beautiful. So they have a Litecoin strategy. They're trying to do shareholder growth, and they are not just another treasury company. They're a bridge between the people's currency and the millions who deserve access to it, which is absolutely phenomenal. And by the way, so many of the largest asset managers, they don't want to touch crypto, but they want to make the gains on it, and that's why Lights strategy, MicroStrategy, was actually ended up being very successful, and that I think is why Light Strategy is going to be very successful, because again, Litecoin has a very, very foundational claim to being the next successful Bitcoin, and probably overtaken Bitcoin as a dominant money, at least maybe not the mimetic side, but at least on the money side. So this is a Light Strategy. I'm very bullish on Light Strategy. I believe it has a lot of potential, and with that comes the end of the official segment of this stream, and that is where we call it a wrap, and we are moving into the community conversation segment of the stream. So if you want to join the stream, if you want to talk, if you want us to have a conversation, whatever you want us to do, you just signify in the chat. I'll send you a link and you can join the conversation. How cool is that? So if you want to join the conversation, just let me know. If you want to join the conversation, you have anything you want to talk about, you have anything you want to add, you have anything you want to challenge me about, you're welcome. We can have a conversation, and we're just going to do that before we call it a day. And while that's happening, you gotta watch me munch on cookies and Pepsi, because I'm a little exhausted. I'm trying to get some energy, and I can't go cook. If you also have something you want me to talk about, go ahead. You can just say it in the comments. I'm going to talk about it. There's anything you want me to... Oh, yeah. There's something CryptoCalm asked me to talk about. I'm going to talk about it in a little bit. So she said we should talk about something, and I just remembered. So we're going to talk about it in a little bit. But if you also have other things you want me to talk about, you have other things you want me to touch on, if you don't want to come on the stage yourself, you can just comment it. I could touch it, I could talk about it, and then we could keep the conversation going a little bit before we end it. So while I'm waiting for people to send in their requests for what they want us to talk about, I'm just going to touch on the point that Rachel CryptoCalm said we should talk about. And so I'm just going to go there. If you have anything you want us to talk about, comment it. We're going to talk about it. You have anything you want us to touch on, drop it. We're going to talk about it. You want to join the stream? Come on. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. If you hate what I said, if you love what I said, whatever your opinion is about what I said, you are welcome. We can all have a very logical, very mature conversation, or immature conversation, right? Who am I to say what your identity is? If you identify as immature, you're welcome as well. We can still have a conversation. Whatever conversation you want us to have, Litecoin related, I am up for it. So this is something that CryptoCalm said. So I'm gonna put up a page, right? And this is directly from CryptoCalm, and she's a very intelligent person, CryptoCalm, aka Rachel, she said something, and what she said is very simple. She said, one of the things that Charlie Lee said that I love, and I can't show because it's a DM, I can't show it to the chart, right? One of the things that Charlie Lee said that she loves is the fact that Litecoin shouldn't be lesser than Bitcoin, because that Litecoin was important and needed because it stops Bitcoin from being a single point of failure. Choice is as important as transferable security for both chains. With atomic swap, you can move Bitcoin over Litecoin, and in the event of an attack, to either network, which is beautiful, right? Because if cryptocurrency, and this is directly from Crypto.com, I'm just going to try to explain what this is trying to talk about, right? Because if Bitcoin is definitely going to take over and definitely going to become the dominant money, then what you'd expect is that there's no single point of failure where, let's say, if they attack the Bitcoin chain and it goes down, there's a network congestion or something or whatever, and you can no longer use Bitcoin, you should be able to use like Litecoin or any of the other Bitcoin chains. But that's what Bitcoin maximalists don't pay attention to. So Litecoin is sort of like a pressure release valve, according to Earn That Gift, that is, want to put it like this, like a pressure release valve for Bitcoin transactions where people can actually like alternatively use either of the two. And so Litecoin might be a competitor against Bitcoin price-wise, and Bitcoin might be a competitor against Litecoin price-wise, but the networks at the end of the day are competing, are complementing themselves, where the more Bitcoin wins, the more Litecoin wins, the more Litecoin wins, the more Bitcoin wins. And that's why I believe personally that Bitcoin needs Litecoin the top three as soon as possible. ASAP, Litecoin needs to go straight to the top three so that it becomes, validation point for Bitcoin. Because like if Bitcoin remains number one while every other strong proof of work coins continue to suffer, then that just makes Bitcoin look like something that's just hanging, just riding off of being the the mimetic of being the first mover. Which is something that, in my opinion, is not great for Bitcoin. Bitcoin definitely needs something that can actually validate that's the Nakamoto standard. And this might just be provincial statements, right? It's just what I think. It's my personal opinion, not to be substituted for an absolute truth that should be unanimously adopted by anybody. Anybody can have their own opinion. But yeah, I feel, and again, that's what Crypto.com is highlighting, that Litecoin should be the Litecoin sort of like complement Bitcoin, and Bitcoin complements Litecoin, and this is the best thing about them. It's the sort of competition that is like beneficial to the both of them. It's one of the beautiful things, one of the beautiful characteristics that Litecoin has that you just can't see anywhere. It's one of the few chains that wins if Bitcoin wins, and when it wins, Bitcoin wins, if that makes sense. So it's a very beautiful counterbalance to each other. So we're also going to be talking about something else that she brought up, what we're going to be talking about is we're going to be talking about what she also mentioned. So she mentioned something, yeah, and she said this one is also from Crypto.com. She's the one that I highlighted a comment. So she said, I'm just going to bring that up. I'm just going to try to look at that. Okay. So why blockchain commodities, right? Real commodity requires a certain amount of trust that you are getting what you're paying for, but blockchain can be verified. And yes, so Crypto.com, she's the one I highlighted her response. You can see, if you want to follow her, that's cryptocom.ltc. Now she said I should talk about something, and that something is that why you would actually prefer to hold crypto commodities, right? Bitcoin and Litecoin over something like gold and silver, based off of the fact that literally, yeah, you can be absolutely sure, like with 100% certainty, that the Litecoin you're holding, digital silver you're holding, is absolutely authentic. It can be fabricated, it can be faked, which is one of the big problems, right? For retail buying gold, a lot of people buy fake gold all the time, right? You're gonna get like a 70% copper, and they're gonna bake it with like 30% gold, and then they do a little scratching, and they think, oh yeah, it's pure gold, it's pure gold. But what you don't see is what's within, because you're not gonna slash the gold in the middle if you don't have the tools. You can't really see that what you're holding is gold. You might just be holding copper baked in gold. And so that's one of the problems with storing your wealth in gold, right? Imagine if you're someone who's trying to buy $50 million in gold. You want to store your value in gold. $50 million is a whole lot of bars, but you do not have the equipment to test every single bar, right? What stops someone who's selling the gold from hiding like, just 15% of the bars being, copper baked in gold. Yeah. And just hiding in the middle, right? You just pick a few, you test, and then you see that it's original. I mean, of course, it's not everything that's fake, but that 15% is value knocked off your the value you're about to store. And for you to recover that 15% that you're losing due to the 15% of it being fake gold, it's probably going to take about 4 or 5 years of gold, because gold does around 4%, 5% a year on average. I think I'm not really sure, but I believe it consistently beats inflation. Beats inflation. So if you're being knocked off 15% and it's doing 4% a year, it's probably going to take about 4 years for you to recover that. And that's one of the risks with storing your asset. You haven't with storing your asset in things like gold and silver, because they can easily be faked. I mean, we saw what happened with the Roman Empire, when at first, when the silver coins were being issued, at some point it was 95% silver, and then the rulers just figure out that, you know what, I mean, we could just reduce the silver content, right? We can make it silvery, and who's going to care? And what happened is that people ended up realizing that, of course, it's definitely less silver inside, and so you needed more and more of those silver coins to purchase the same goods. And so we saw inflation, and whatever, man. What did the emperors care? What they could just do, but they're just gonna mint more, right? They're gonna slap their pretty faces on it, and they're gonna collect taxes, because that's all they cared about, right? And so the silver coins kept reducing their percentage silver. And so over time, it got to a point where it was about 95% copper and just like a little bit of silver coating on it. At what point it became extremely worthless. And these things sort of like led to the collapse of the Roman Empire, because what people don't understand is not only military conquest that destroyed the Roman Empire, but the falling of their money, the failure of their money, the destruction of the backbone of the Roman economy was the thing that actually destroyed Rome. And that's why Bitcoin and Litecoin are extremely important. And that's why people don't understand the importance of Bitcoin and Litecoin trying to revolutionize value. They're trying to recreate value. Like, everyone is just so lost in this space, thinking about, the next new fine project. Oh, Fly Me to Mars token. Oh yeah. Oh, we're gonna create a new shoe. We're gonna create a new Balenciaga, and we're gonna like hang it in like a museum. And it's gonna be showing live, and then we're gonna create a token for it. Oh, that's Balenciaga token museum shoe. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the next, AI metaverse, whatever. We're gonna take 99% of the supply, we're gonna keep it to ourselves and sell to investors. And yeah, this people are so focused on that, and they're forgetting the fact that we're trying to revolutionize money. We're trying to revolutionize how people store and keep value. And that's what Bitcoin and Litecoin are about. And that's why once you understand this, once you understand how monies have failed historically, you'd understand and you appreciate what Litecoin and Bitcoin are trying to build and are trying to be. And you're going to enjoy the journey, and you're just definitely going to ignore the noise, and you're just going to hold as much Litecoin as you want, spend as much Litecoin as you want, store your value in Litecoin, store your value in Bitcoin, hold as much as as you can. That's the beauty of it, and that's the idea. And like Crypto.com said, you, at the end of the day, will end up holding authentic Litecoin, because every single Litecoin you get, every single Bitcoin you get, you can absolutely validate it. I don't know anybody who's bought a fake Litecoin before. If you bought a fake Litecoin before, I have a bridge to sell you. I definitely have a bridge to sell you, and I have a tower to sell you. It might be the Eiffel Tower, but believe me, I give you a certificate. You give it to the French government, they're gonna give you the entire Eiffel Tower if you've ever bought a fake Litecoin before or a fake Bitcoin before. But jokes apart, no, you can't buy fake of those, and that's why it's important that people can store their value in these things, and no one can take it away from you, right? No one can take it away from you. Of course, they could track it to wherever you are, but it can't take it away from you. And that's the beautiful part, right? And those are one of the things that I love. And I feel like I have to just talk about MWeb, and then we probably call it again. Please, before we end, if you want me to talk about anything, you could just drop in the comments. We can talk about it. If you want to join the conversation, you could join the conversation. Just talk, just say it in the comments. I'll send a link to your DM so you can join the conversation if you want to join the conversation. So I'm just going to talk about MWeb and why I particularly love MWeb. So I feel like the main problem with cryptocurrency privacy is like the fact that anyone can see it at any time. It's so easy to see anything. And what MWeb does is MWeb removes, it gives you a sort of privacy where no one can stalk or look at it. It's not easy for them to see what you're doing. Now, this, if I say this, some particular crowd may not like it. Some, extreme libertarian people may not like it, but Litecoin's MWeb is not good enough for people to, commit illegal activities and use it for it. the same way like Monero is, while giving you extremely sufficient privacy for you to not be stalked, for you to not be needlessly tracked, your transactions, and so that you can be able to spend your money in peace, keep your money in peace, and stay away from all of these bad actors, all of these bots, and all of these things, which is extremely important. I believe that's what we need privacy for. Right, and it creates privacy in a way, because that's the only way we can have it. We can't eat our cake and have it. If you want to have the privacy, then you need to find a balance between privacy that is extremely sufficient to solve all the user basic needs without creating something that's going to antagonize the system from the asset. At the end of the day, consensus is not going to back a money alone, right? If you're going to be fought against by the system, right? So it's not as if we're corroborating with the system, but at least we're not trying to sabotage the people who are holding value in their Litecoin, while still trying to create the type of privacy that can actually cover for everyone's basic needs. And that's why I believe MWeb is the best implementation for Litecoin that doesn't alienate the government, or like all this institutions that are designed to protect us. Hopefully, a lot of times they don't, but whatever. And while giving the user the absolute privacy that they need to stay away from nefarious actors, to stay away from people that just want to stalk you, want to try to hack you or whatever. They can't do it. And MWeb is privacy, is quantum resistance, which is actually very great. So I feel like because of this, I would say MWeb is the best possible implementation of privacy we can get. So it's privacy that is AML compliant. So that is what I think. It's my personal opinion. I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, maybe someone can correct me. I don't know, but that's just from what I see. So over the next 3 minutes, I'm probably going to wait for anyone to join the conversation in case they want to join. And if we do not see that, then we're going to call it a day, and we're going to call this a successful stream. So if you want to join the conversation, let me know. Drink Pepsi, brother. Drink Pepsi. If don't drink water, they say drink water. Don't drink water. Drink Pepsi. Pepsi, brother. Habibi, drink Pepsi. Come to Dubai, drink Pepsi. Drink Pepsi. W Pepsi. L Coke. W Pepsi. Pepsi. Pepsi is the way. You drink. If what you prefer, Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Let me know in comments. Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Let me know in comments. Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Let me know in comments. What you prefer? Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Once again, if you want to join in on the conversation, you have something to say, you have something to add, you have something to object to, you literally have any opinion you want to drop, you can join this conversation by commenting, right? You just comment and you let me know, and I will send you a link. I'll send a link to your DM so you can actually join the stream and you can join the conversation, and you can object, you can add, you can subtract, you can literally say anything you want, and we could keep this conversation going. If not, we're going to be ending the stream in 2 minutes. Once again, if you want to join the stream, if you have something you want to add, you want to join the conversation, you can just comment. Just drop a comment and I'll send a link to your DM so you could join the stream. We could talk about whatever you want to talk about. And if you have anything you want me to touch on as well, you can just comment it and I could talk about it, right? If you want to debate me as well, you can debate me through the comment section. However you want. If you want to join the conversation, or we will be ending the stream in 1 minute. All right, considering nobody has anything to say, anything to add, or anything to subtract, or anything to argue about, I guess we will be calling the stream a successful one. So thank you every single person that showed up today. I am absolutely grateful. You're an absolute legend, believe me. I'm grateful to every single person that showed up. Every single one of y'all are legends, man. Shout out to the entire Litecoin community. Shout out to every single one of y'all. Shout out to Master BTC LTC for sharing his insights, for sharing his ideas, fundamental technical analysis. For going through it with me. You're a real one, man. Shout out to CryptoCom, aka Rachel, my good friend. Appreciate you. Shout out to Aztec Lead VM, man. You're the GOAT, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to Litecoin Lion, bro. Litecoin Lion, you're an absolute G. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you for taking the time to show up and to just be here with us. Shout out to Caveman 3000 for coming here. You're wonderful. Shout out to Bug Lee, bro. Much love. Oh my God, much love. Shout out to HB from YouTube for showing up. You're a G. Shout out to MK. Shout out to Bits, my bro. Bits.ltc. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. Shout out to Human Being 33. Shout out to Kostia. Shout out to Monochromicon, bro. Monochromicon, you're incredible. You're a very good person. Appreciate you. Shout out to Wanton Wallet. Earn the Not Gifted. Earn the Not Gifted. Shout out to Earn the Not Gifted. You are incredible. In case you don't know Earn Not Gifted, he is one of the best Litecoin podcasts and shows out there. You can watch. You definitely need to be watching Earn Not Gifted. He's incredible. And shout out to 84 million. Kyle. Shout out to y'all. Y'all are incredible. I'm really grateful for giving me this t-shirt. By the way, if you want to get this cool t-shirt, I had to change because I was sweaty. So you can see this is BTC. Oh my God, I think it's a little too much. Yeah. BTC LTC Doge. BTC LTC Doge. Join or die. If you want to get this t-shirt, then you should definitely check it out at 84million.com. 84million.com. So shout out to 84 million for coming, for showing up. Shout out to, again, Earn Not Gifted, Monochromicon. Y'all are incredible. Shout out to Corpsey. Shout out to MK. Shout out to Warren Lee. Shout out to every single person who showed up, but who did not join us in the conversation, but you're just watching. Shout out to you wherever you are in the world. Shout out to every single person that showed. Shout out to every single one that participated. Shout out to every single person that retweeted the stream. And with this, the Alt Season Tour episode 2 has come to a brilliant end. That's where all this news media outlet, they're just gonna play the interesting soundtrack, and then the whole thing just ends. That's usually when it happens. But I don't have that
altcoin
cool
bag holders, my name is Rafael Yeager. I'm addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fort imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, Now a legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits.